Oh, what was that?
Oh.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I got new awesome headphones, and they're really good, but they're so good that I can hear you guys better than I can hear myself.
I'm gonna be AFK for about like 20 minutes when my dad comes out to get this wax stained couch out of my basement, out of my apartment. Wax stained, sorry, rug out of my apartment.
Alright. Looks like we're still waiting on Alex one way or another. I am kidding out the magnificent bastard.
It's going to be really embarrassing if we lose to a guy whose ship is named the Magnificent Bastard, so make sure we don't, okay, guys?
I doubt we would lose.
Well, there is a reason his ship is smaller.
Security in his equipment?
It's an actual combat frigate as opposed to a trade vessel.
So if it gets to the point of shooting, have we already lost then?
I don't know if it's that much of an outclassing situation. I think you actually have more guns just because you're bigger.
Also, murder servitors.
You do have those.
Is this earlier than usual?
No. A few minutes later, actually.
Oh yeah, the clock's went back. That's fine.
Let's see.
Well, it's 11 for me. We usually start 12.
Oh, okay. I have no idea if things went forward or back or whatever. My computer automatically adjusts, I think. It
Yeah,
happens without me
the
knowing.
clock's went back like a few days ago.
Oh, alright.
Didn't even realize.
When all the clocks auto-adjust, you have no reason to realize.
True, it just meant I got an extra hour of sleep that night,
Yeah.
which was important.
Guaranteed sleep. I'm so jealous.
It was nice.
Yeah, today marks my entry into the third set of full-time shifts this week.
That doesn't sound very good.
It is not. The person who worked on weekends quit, and then the person who worked weekdays called in sick today.
Wow.
Do we know where Alex is at? And I'm still piecing two things here, but...
No, I have no idea where. How did we leave off our last session?
How was it we had left that off? I think everything else was wrapped up as far as I know.
I think I got my acquisition roll. Did everybody else get theirs? And then did we end it there?
Yeah, we did all of our
Nice
shopping.
of them.
Oh, yeah, though, Thaddeus still needs to nab his.
Yeah, I need one.
Or at least try
Yeah.
to nab his.
I was just about to say, what are the downsides to multiple temps?
There's a thing for it somewhere. I think it largely amounts to attracting unwanted attention from people you don't want to attract attention from.
As if we didn't already have that.
And then we're going to go off to plan this heist.
I believe there was talk of wanting to investigate Schwarzwald before going to do that. Wanting to see who the fuck he is.
There was actually. I thought I'd already given Randall some directions in that line.
But yeah, I'm going to have to just AFK for about half hour in a bit.
As I recall, he wasn't very happy about it to begin with.
Oh, he was happier about it than most of you appear to be.
Pardon?
Randall was happier about it than most of you appear to be. He just, has a low opinion of them as people, but not necessarily as business partners. Was more just laying out the situation without judgment. Well, on the one hand, yes, this could be profitable. On the other hand, he's exactly the kind of person who we got involved with generations ago, and that's why we're on such bad footing now.
Well, we never actually confirmed to Schwarzwald if Randall comes up with a better effort opportunity. But exciting heist.
Heists are exciting.
Eric, have you given any thought to Vermintide?
I gave some thought to it, but I've bought way too many games and way too much other stuff lately. I can't afford to buy another game right now.
It's cheap, though.
I've bought way too much stuff lately. Way too much stuff on a just one more kind of thing. I'm not going to do just one more again.
But sir, it's just a tiny wafer thin mint.
Oh, there's Alex.
Hey, hello?
Hello.
Hey, sorry I was late. I was making dinner.
No problem. So, just confirming where we were last time, aside from having just finished acquisitions for the most part. Oh, right, I should be in Roll20, shouldn't I? It's a place I should be.
We're never finished with acquisitions. We're just gonna keep buying more stuff.
And leading into the talks of investigation of Mr. Marcus Schwarzwald and his dynasty, and whatever else you were looking to investigate in relation to him and the heist.
How he operates, if he has a history of turning on his business partners, when and how he turns on his business partners.
Hold on, I'm having some trouble connecting to Roll20 here.
If he has a style he's used to, he'll probably stick to it.
Okay, I'm in. Finally, again, I'm back in the cell.
I actually have an idea on the whole worry about betrayal thing.
Inject the true meaning of Christmas into your brain?
Can we do that? What's the acquisition check for the true meaning of Christmas?
It's probably really high.
There's only one person in the known universe who has it. Santa Claus.
Sorry, his name is Saint Claus.
Sorry.
And he comes and murders all the terrible little boys and girls of Necromunda when they're being bad. He was supposedly instituted by one of the Space Marine Primarchs. Yes, this is an actual thing.
I'm glad.
That's weird. It seems like they would have used Krampus for that.
Basically, he appears to be more or less the Krampus, but more Santa Claus-y with lightning claws.
The actual claws.
But, my idea is, what if we forge Inquisition documents to say that they've officially sanctioned this mission and are expecting tithe? Because I don't think the Schwarzwalds are gonna fuck with the Inquisition if they think that they're expecting something on the other end. We do have documents signed by Inquisition members. We just got an entire poison trade from them. So it's not like we couldn't forge them, and they don't need to be good enough to fool anybody except for Mr. Schwarzwald.
I mean, sounds like that could work. The other side
to
of
prevent
that
him
is
from looking into the matter himself.
the other side is that also means he doesn't want to fuck with the Inquisition, but doing that means fucking with the Inquisition.
Well, the Inquisition doesn't know that we're fucking with them, because we only need to show it to him and then burn the documents.
Yes, but you may recall the Inquisition has ways of knowing things. We know for a fact they've got some sort of information source in the Zephyr.
Well, not for a fact, just very good speculation.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's a risk. That is the supposed risk of your plan.
Yeah, fair enough.
Alright, one sec. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes.
Alright.
Also, I'm assuming that they wouldn't want to fuck with the Inquisition because maybe they don't give a shit.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to think about him. I mean, that's
Well, all the more reason to investigate him, as you already decided you wanted to do.
Yeah,
Sure did.
that probably warrants investigation and then ideas after.
I mean, now's the perfect time to rob somebody blind if we want to do it. With the crisis going on, with that whole gate opening up, you've got to assume that at least the Inquisition is at least partly strained on resources.
Which power groups are the ones who would care about this governor guy going rogue in the first place?
Pick a thing that you put Imperial in front of.
Can we get actual approval for the mission?
Well, that's the thing, as Schwarzwald was noting. Theoretically, someone already has approval to take out the governor.
Theoretically.
Or will very soon if they don't already. At least as far as Schwarzwald told you. So far, you know nothing about this situation beyond what he told you. For all you know, he's tricking you into the invasion of a loyalist planet.
Which is, I think, why we also sent Randall to get data on that end of it. And if we didn't, we should have and should begin now. I'm just gonna go to Randall, like, yeah, Randall, we've got a few things we need to know about, just everything on this paper, and like pull out one of those scrolls that just unrolls across the room.
Just forever.
Alright, I'm sort of blackish.
Welcome back,
Okay,
Ish.
yeah, sort of welcome back. Okay, so you're wanting Randall to look into Schwarzwald much as he could. Do any of you have the proper things to conduct any kind of investigation yourselves?
Pardon?
Those social skills, what are they?
Well, inquiry would definitely be the go-to in this case.
I have inquiry, which I can
Oh,
do.
good.
But my inquiry stat is not good. If it's on Fellowship, definitely not.
DB 25?
Pardon?
My inquiry is 25.
Oh, yeah, mine's 34. I'm gonna add a +10 to roll for whatever reason. Oh, luckily that helped, and that was enough.
Well, if the
No
captain
degrees of
goes
success.
if the captain goes with you, you can get a +10 because of the captain.
Oh. Well, I already declared it, so...
And just so damn inspiring.
Hold on a sec. The cat is milling about.
So was that a bad thing?
Milling about on the desk, getting tangled up in headphones and microphones.
Oh.
Okay, so anyways. Yes, that is a success on an inquiry?
Yes, that was successful.
Okay, cool. So, whilst Randall is doing his official dynasty to dynasty investigations as best he's capable, you strike off into the city, asking people here and there about whatnot, trying to narrow down what the fuck there is to know about the Schwarzwalds, and Marcus Schwarzwald specifically. So you come up with, he seems to be known as completely random amongst businesses and other factions on the cliff.
No, it's never a good thing.
He's definitely betrayed a lot of people, stayed loyal to other people. He's murdered people in cold blood. He's staged entire invasions to save people before. Some people think he might be insane.
That's the best bet.
Occupational disease for rogue traders, really.
But he has been doing pretty good for his dynasty ever since he became its new scion. The last one died a few years ago.
Oh.
There is uncertain speculation as to whether or not he was the cause of that death. Schwarzwalds have a very checkered past, all the way back to the inception of their warrant. They've stayed in the shadows relatively well, but they're pretty well known for piracy, bribery, political intrigue. Probably got their warrant by blackmailing somebody.
I wonder if Holdor could get born this way.
Well, then you can become your own rogue trader yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and I'll play something fun and smashy in your crew.
I don't think someone that mutated would be able to.
Hey, you could...
I'm a really good-looking mutated person, okay? Like, my fellowship's pretty high for mutant.
I mean, you could technically, because I mean, you could make a character who is the rogue trader of the group, and get the same background elements that force you to pick and roll a mutation.
Yeah. That'd be hilarious.
He's certainly not known to have much in the ways of morals about who he works with, when, or why. Although he does seem to have avoided being intertwined with the forces of chaos, as far as anybody can tell, at least.
Is that like a rogue trader thing, though? They sometimes become chaos traders?
Some occasionally do. Although, whether you know a rogue trader has fallen to chaos or not is debatable.
Well, if the Inquisitors
the
are as
Imperium
halfway into
loves-
him as they're into me, they
I
should
bet
know.
the Inquisition loved rogue traders, then.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Rogue traders are all completely individual.
The way I understand rogue traders are they're more or less the specters from
Halo?
Mass Effect.
Oh,
Mass
Mass
Effect.
Effect.
Sometimes the Council likes them, which is more or less the Inquisition. Sometimes they don't, but they're really good at getting things done, so they suck it up.
Yeah, Halo was the Arbiters.
Oh. That is correct.
Although I suppose the Inquisitors themselves are more like the Spectres. But they're same difference.
So is there any pattern to the people he's turned on at all?
Not that you're able to discern through your investigation. He's worked with pirates, aliens, Inquisitors before.
Well, we've worked with at least some of those people. I don't know, I mean, from the outside, this could be a description of, things that I've done.
You have a little bit of an idea of his crew, or at least the people that he runs with.
Always helpful to have a heads up on that.
You know that he runs around with his twist catcher as well, who people seem to regard as a similar big hulking brute to Hodor.
Hodor would like to meet this man.
When we get back to the ship and talk about this with the rest of the bridge crew, it may come up that, or it's going to come up that Hodor may have to take his head off, so.
Finally, worthy challenge.
I suspected as much.
Yeah, he has an explorator that runs around at his side. He has his own political advisor. And some kind of raving lunatic of a zealot appears to serve the role of bosun aboard his vessel. As some high-profile mercenary running most of his soldiers. Name of Edwards. And his ship itself appears to be some kind of reclaimed Mechanicus escort frigate.
Who would win in a ship fight?
You're not completely sure. He's definitely faster.
If we get in close, we win most ship fights. The problem is getting in close. We're really good within five units between fighters and murder servitors, but again, a fast ship can just ping us
he's
out.
probably got murder servitors too, right?
You haven't heard of him having murder servitors.
Or did we just buy those?
We particularly bought them. They don't just get, handed out.
Yeah, they're an actual ship component you have to obtain.
And he's got less room for components. On the other hand, he's probably got heavier weapons in his weapon mounts.
Yes, his has 2 dorsal weapons mounted along his ship, so he's got good spread. You know he has the mercenary that leads his men has brought some sort of elite mercenary company on board.
Just a non-specific but special elite mercenary company?
Well, that could mean a whole lot of things out here in the Expanse. But they're mercs, and they're not directly Imperial affiliated.
We didn't get any XP from last session, did we?
No.
Well, other than the bit we got for actually turning in the
Right, but that wasn't from last session. We just got that during last session.
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, he hasn't taken on a lot of jobs, as far as you know, directly for the Imperium. He mostly seems to gallivant about on his own. Exploring, trading, seeking out rumors and valuable legends and information that he can raffle off to somebody. There aren't a lot of other rogue traders that he's worked with, so it's not a frame of reference you have.
The few road traders that he has worked with, I'm assuming he didn't shoot him in the back, though.
They've all been much more powerful than him and worked with them more as a matter of them being major organizations in the Expanse as opposed to the major individuals.
Got it.
People that you just can't avoid working with, like the Winter Scales.
But he seems to be smart enough not to go around provoking large and vicious opponents. That's interesting.
Well, you do have some word of him having attacked not massive sprawling organizations necessarily, although he has been on the Inquisition's bad side once or twice, as far as you know, and the Ecclesiarchy.
How do you survive being on the Inquisition's bad side more than once?
Rogue traders aren't as easy to just get rid of. Unless you
Also
really
have a
piss
lot
the
of money.
Inquisition off. That's part of why rogue traders aren't as easy to get rid of. His dynasty isn't doing much better than yours. A little bit, but he's about as poor as you are.
I'm not sure if this is actually true, but Romeo assumes it is true that if you have enough money, you can just flip off the Inquisition every day and they won't do nothing about it.
I'd be willing to believe that if you flip off the Inquisition every day, they'll find some way to remove you from your money and then get you.
True enough. But they'll have to remove you from your money first.
It's okay.
Yeah, just glancing between the ships, that based on the rumors that you've heard, his ship is a bit more heavily armored than yours is, but packs less weapons, but is significantly faster and more maneuverable. It's an attack escort ship. It's been used for generations of piracy.
Right, so
Seems
we'll...
Seems like a good hit and run ship. Not a lot of weapons, fast, decent armor, comes in, hits hard, leaves.
Yeah, so I think that we're going to want to make sure that the Zephyr is within tight range of it.
It is also said that the ship was designed by a madman. Some Magos that went insane out in the expanse with an explorer fleet.
Got it. So what you're saying is it's one of those. It's basically the Pinto of ships. The engine is like in the front or something dumb like that.
Something of that sort. You're not completely sure, but you do know that it has a reputation as being the work of a madman.
But no one ever lists any particular reason as to why they think this.
Just a general rumor about it. But as far as his reputation goes, you definitely, between Thaddeus's investigation and I suddenly forgot his name.
Randall?
Yes, and Randall's looking into things on a more official context. You don't know if you can, beyond opinions you have formed from what I've told you, you don't know if you can trust him. But this seems like the kind of thing he would do, going off on some kind of heist like this. You're both major factions here on Eclipse. But you're not the only major factions on Eclipse. And he has completely ground into the dirt or freely worked with others in the past. You've certainly never been at odds with him in recent history. Certainly never been at odds with Marcus. Some of his ancestors at some points.
But as far as we can tell, he doesn't hold special historical grudges. He just does whatever the hell he wants, whatever that happens to be.
That is the basic impression you've been getting. Though Randall does come back to you with some good information about Mr. Warmester.
Excellent.
Blood definitely does appear to be in the water for Rizal. There is a lot of negative talk about him. It does seem like, well, he's not on the... Well, nobody's sending a liberation fleet to take him out of office just yet. He has pissed off enough people and has been refusing to pay tithes. True to what Schwarzwald had said, he does seem to be putting out feelers into the underworld, looking for a new patron, somebody who he could have protection from while still governing his planet. Someone who could protect him from the Imperium if he turned control over to them.
Well, that's naughty of him. It's perfectly delightful for us, but it's naughty of him.
Yeah, at the moment he appears to be in office purely as a matter of the speed of imperial bureaucracy.
Oh, so he's like, he really shouldn't be in office right now.
In theory, no. He should not be. He is just because the imperial bureaucracy moves so slowly.
Okay.
Saved by the red tape.
The wheels of the government haven't turned fast enough to send anyone there to rip him out of office.
Okay, and as a general piece of knowledge, how does the Imperium take people doing things that they were going to do anyway in advance?
It's very much a mixed bag. It's such a general thing, it's hard to predict.
But you have to remember right now that the Imperium is pretty strained.
And you know what I bet would make us big favorites? Is if, in the doing of all of this, we acquire and pass on the tithes he hasn't been paying.
Hopefully in the forms of arms and armor. They probably need them right now.
Arms, armor, and men.
No, he's not a manufacturing facility.
No, but from what Mr. Schwarzwald told us, he was arming up.
He has been, though not purely as a matter of manufacturing. He's been getting weapons imported.
Well, as we originally discovered for ourselves, it's often easier to buy than to start manufacturing.
So basically what you're saying is that the scale of the Empire needs right now can only be manufactured. You doubt anybody has a stockpile big enough.
He may well have a pretty sizable stockpile you could try to contribute. But generally
every little bit helps.
But generally it's more a matter of the quality of weaponry that he's outfitting his personal guard and planetary defense forces with.
High-end stuff?
Yes, in addition to all manner of vehicles, things that maybe the planetary defense force wouldn't usually have, or at least not at the quality level that he's obtaining them. Planetary Defense Force is basically being the local Imperial Guard specific to that world for protecting it, under the command of its governor.
Highly unrelated question. Can a servo skull be fitted with an anti-personnel charge?
As in an explosive one? Or an explosive skull, basically?
Yes, I want to be able to tell some skulls, hey you, go hug him over there and detonate.
No reason you couldn't. I mean, you'd have to obtain the charges, but yeah, no reason you couldn't. And speaking of obtaining things, while you guys are out on the town, what was it that Thaddeus was wanting to get his mitts on?
Let me have a look. It was enhanced eyeballs, basically. But I don't know what they're called specifically. Let me have a look. Just augmented senses. But specifically for sight.
Right. I know there were...
Yeah, there's different ones you can get.
Yeah. But yeah, so you were looking to get implants.
Yes. They are rare.
Oh, right. Well, obviously Gaius is apparently indisposed at the moment, one way or the other. If someone else with commerce wanted to try and help him get those...
I have a 50 in commerce.
50 what?
50 is my skill level that I'm rolling against.
If you give me plus 10, I have a 50. I have a 54.
Take it.
So if we do a joint venture here, we're good.
Yeah. So basically, Romeo and the captain are running around town.
Can I assist the captain?
Is that a skill? I think it
I
is.
think that's a thing you can do with a skill, isn't it?
Don't know.
Can I inspire him in assisting me?
Because if I could assist you, then you would have plus 60, which is better than my 54, obviously.
Isn't it called something else? I believe we looked this up before, but it was called something weird.
Yeah, I can't recall what it was called. I mean, if you can't find it quickly, just a matter of just going with Romeo and the captain palling about.
Yeah,
town.
54 is good enough. Well,
It's more than half.
Yeah, so just the two of you seeing where you can.
And getting the story of how he acquired 1,000 servo skulls from him on the way.
Yes, that is just sort of a thing Romeo went out and did, going down to the local Mechanicus embassy.
Oh yeah, no, we got video of you coming back with all those. It's fantastic. It's definitely going on the Christmas reel.
Well, a lot of video probably because you bought a bunch of floating cameras.
Sweet perspectives.
But yeah, so whoever is doing the commerce check, go ahead and do that to get your extra profit factor for getting that, getting those fancy pants eyeballs for Thaddeus.
Off mic for a sec.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll it.
Yep.
Alright, I'll roll it.
Every degree of success is plus 2 profit factor.
Okay, rolling it. Alright,
Yay.
so that's plus... That's 24 under.
Okay, so that's 2 degrees of success plus 4 profit factor.
Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, you guys were at a flat 30 now, weren't you?
Yeah, we were at a flat 30, but I don't know how the roll is for those rare items in particular.
Right, yeah, so then you'd have the...
Oh, I forgot what he was doing. Oh shit, that wasn't even the roll, was it?
Oh no, that was just to get extra... that was just to see if you could get a bonus or penalty to the roll. If you'd fucked that up, you would have gotten the penalty.
Yeah.
Oh.
Rare is only plus 10, but you only want 1, so it should be plus 30. So this is a plus 20
20, isn't it?
to the
Yeah.
acquisition roll. We're looking for 50 or under.
Unless quality level matters.
Oh yeah, if you want.
No,
quality,
it doesn't. It doesn't.
Alright.
Like, yeah.
Then
You
standard.
either just
quality
have
is
them
good.
or you don't.
Yeah. Okay. Then standard quality is fine. Common quality.
So you
Right.
have a total of plus 20, so that's 54.
Okay.
So yeah,
Okay.
okay, so once again, you're rolling against 54.
Can I fate point it?
You can fate point reroll acquisition tests, yes.
Oh wow.
Okay. Then success.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you have heightened senses sight then.
Didn't save it.
I don't know what that does exactly, but you have it.
I think it's just a plus 10. So perception.
Right.
Sight perception.
Does it let you see farther? I feel like it should let you see farther.
No, you can get literally telescopic sight in your eyeballs, but that is a separate cybernetic implant, which is what I'll also get in the future.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you get them upgraded to that?
It's not an upgrade; it's something different. It's
Yeah.
called.
Yeah, so, with the information you guys have, what are you doing about Mr. Schwarzwald?
I think it's called cybernetic sensors.
Well, clearly I'm going to bring my primary crew together to have this discussion.
Well, at the very least, the crew who are present here coming together to have that discussion.
Yes. And getting them up to date on all the information that we acquired, which, presuming they were listening, they have.
Yeah, Romeo's got it.
So, opinions?
I
Um,
feel like as long as we don't get on his bad side, he won't screw us. I feel like he's a dude who really wants, especially us being in the same standing, he wants to have like a fellowship with his fellow road traders. Maybe I'm looking too into it, but he hasn't screwed over anybody we've seen who follows his procession. Or in his,
Well, we know that he's screwed people over. We just don't have any real understanding of why.
I think rather than being like proactive about the guy, we should more be reactive, as he's unpredictable.
I agree with that. And I also think that being proactive in this case, if you're too proactive and he figures it out, you might just get on his bad side, and then he'll screw us over just out of like just to be vindictive.
Well, I mean, it was my intention to be prepared to be reactive, if that makes sense.
Sort of.
I don't.
mean, the only thing
I
I
don't
think of
intend
that
to
we
make the. Okay, sorry. I don't intend to make the first move, but if he makes a move, I want us to win.
yeah, of course.
Agreed.
I don't
Winning
think
is usually what you want to happen.
I don't think he's gonna fuck us over. I just think that maybe his information isn't exactly 100% true. Therefore, that we need to find out that rather than being fucked over by someone else.
Well, as far as we know, it's true. Randall looked into it, and he basically confirmed everything he said.
Well, that the about the governor and everything.
Yeah, about the governor.
Let's just go for it then.
Sorry about my
Romeo,
dog's heavy
yay or
breathing.
nay?
Sorry, what was that from Mike?
Sorry about my dog's heavy breathing.
Oh, I wasn't even hearing it this time. Was far more audible last time.
So, Mr. Gray, opinion? Yay or nay?
Yay. I say just get him drunk a few times. I think, given how he's unpredictable, I feel like he's just going off of whatever he feels like doing, and if he likes us, he won't feel like screwing us over, and we'll be fine. Also, I think telling him if he doesn't know that the Empire is a little strained in its resources right now is a good way to win favor. And also bring up the idea of, hey, if we want to make sure that the Inquisition, the people are fine with us, we might just want to pay off all the tithes that he's been skipping, is not a bad call. I mean, it'll cut into profit, sure, but it'll probably save us a lot of trouble down the line.
Well, trouble saved is profits earned, as far as I'm concerned. Hodor, what do you think?
I'm not sure. Odor is not sure. Odor lets Captain make decision. Odor doesn't.
And decide I will. I merely wanted your input.
Odor does not like being surprised. We should do homework. We're still talking about the. Sorry, I've been off and on with my dog. We're still talking about like looking into this more, right?
Well, we've looked into it plenty. It's more about whether or not we even want to go in and ally ourselves at this point.
Yeah,
I
at
think
this
it'll be
point
fine.
the discussion is fish or cut bait.
Think about all those gains.
Okay, as long as there is punching, Odor is good with this.
Huh. In fact, there may be special punching for Hodor, and I'm going to hand him the file we've accumulated on his twist case.
Well, you haven't accumulated much, since you guys are only a few individuals amongst an entire planet and several factions therein. But you definitely know that his twist catcher is a big hulking motherfucker like Hodor.
Time to fight. They're excited.
I think if we're going to take a little bit of extra time to look into something, we got to look into that Merc crew.
Captain, you cannot make omelet without breaking eggs.
Maybe it's just, me being paranoid, but I've got a bad feeling about the Mercs. These are dudes who are already, putting their life on for money. If you put a bunch of money in front of them, I don't know if we can trust them to not even turn on Schwarzwald.
Well, that means fucking with a rogue trader.
Yeah, but with the stock, with the money you get from being a governor, that's enough money to fuck with rogue trader if you want to.
Presuming that he sees us coming and is able to pay them off in advance. Yeah, we should definitely find out more about the Mercs. Who they are, how loyal they are, do they stay bot?
I think we're being rather paranoid.
I mean,
Not that some is not bad, but...
Worst case, if they can be paid off, it means that we could try to have them turncoat if stuff goes bad.
That was a possibility I was considering, although it seems likely that he can swing as much money on this as we can. And as to being paranoid, it's actually my job to be as paranoid as possible.
Yeah, but... To what extent? I mean, I think it's fine. Think of all the loot we can get with this mystical vault.
Oh no, I'm totally into the loot, make no question. There is lots of loot to be had, and this is a good time to have it.
The vault is probably full of tentacled monstrosity.
Well, it might be, but more as a curio. Like, look at this wonderful alien sensual artifact that I recovered.
If he has a tentacle monster as a sensual artifact, he needs to be taken out.
We can sell it for some big monies.
Give it to the Ordo Xenos.
You'd think they'd be happy with half a Martellin.
They were.
Please, they're the Inquisition. It's their job to be unhappy.
That's true. Of course, in so doing, they keep humanity safe, so we can't be that angry at them. Well, I am minded to accept the offer, but I'd like us to have contingency plans for things going south, and I'd like to know more about those mercenaries.
Well, you're not certain how much more you can or can't learn from here. You can always keep trying, although you may end up attracting the attention of people who know you're asking questions.
Yeah, we didn't want to make it too obvious that we were brushing up on this guy, although, given that he's clever enough to be reversing his family's fortunes, I don't think that... I think the capricious playboy thing is probably to at least some degree an act.
Hell, to be honest, I think he's the kind of dude that if we didn't look into him, he'd look at us funny.
Entirely possible. From our asking around, did we happen to get any information on his preferred drinks?
He's got a lot of preferred everythings.
Okay, well, I guess just pick a couple off the list and make sure that the ship is adequately stocked. Which basically means yes, more or less, I think we are in on this.
Okay. I mean, you are theoretically able to get more information by gathering it on board his ship.
Which I'm sure his crew will be perfect, totally ready to turn around and sell him out.
Well, we wouldn't ask him stuff that sells them out. We just ask about the glory of their previous endeavors.
That could work. Since we didn't specifically target the mercenary group to ask about before, are we going to start making people suspicious if we ask now, or?
Potentially, and potentially not.
Fantastic. Okay, so can we set Randall to looking into them with the instructions to do so very, very gently?
He can, yes, though it's not as much his area of expertise. He'll see if there's anything he can find.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be him personally. Surely the family has some sort of information network. I understand that it may not be everything I'd like it to be in these difficult times.
The family can see what they can find out.
Fantastic.
So the question is how long you're waiting to get that information before you approach Schwarzwald.
Probably not too long. Would an acquisition test to acquire personal explosives to put onto some of the servo skulls, would it be considered a repeated acquisition attempt, or because it's a different item, it's a wholly different field?
Well, one way or another acquisition test is another acquisition test.
Okay, I'm just not entirely sure how the drawing attention mechanic works.
I'd have to look up the specifics of it, but, insofar as how it works, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but I can tell you whatever you're asking is irrelevant. Another check is another check.
So it's counted completely separately for purposes of acquiring attention?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Unless you made it part of the original one, which you didn't.
So, where can I find personal explosive devices?
What kind of personal explosives? That's a question.
Well, what I would like to be able to do is to direct a servo skull to go and get really buddy-buddy with someone and explode, leaving nothing. This is, of course, a platonic ideal.
Well, that gives you at least two possibilities between fragmentation explosives and plasma explosives.
Filament is pretty good, too, in terms of raw damage.
Harder to acquire in number, though. I assume you're looking to outfit a vast number of servo skulls.
What's, I know that some of the units are single and 1,000. What's between those?
A whole lot. Let's see. We've got a single man, squad 3 to 5, platoon 10 to 30, company 50 to 100, regiment 500 to 1,000, and then division 2,000 to 5,000, and then army 10,000 plus.
Yeah, we have a regiment of servo skulls.
Yeah, well, I don't want to wire them all to blow up. Not knowing which one might go bang is just part of the game, right? And by that I mean on the opposing side to us, obviously we'd know which ones are going to blow up. But yeah, I'm thinking in the 30-ish range.
Well, 30 of them? That'd be a, what is that? Yeah, plus 10 modifier as opposed to plus 30 for only getting one.
I just want to put this out there. If we're looking to just take if we're looking to not necessarily murder people, but just make them not fight, you can get hallucinogenic grenades.
What's the acquisition test look for those?
Rare. Filament's extremely rare. The other one you could go for, frag, is not bad. Or yeah, frag isn't bad. It's common. Blast for 2d10. Yeah, 2d10 blast for explosive damage. Crack ain't bad either. 2d10 plus 4 explosive.
Oh, there's virus.
Virus is a thing too, but virus is extremely rare.
Oh yeah.
Let me just snapshot
Sounds
the
ugly.
chart.
List of things that go bang.
Doo-doo-doo. Come on, grenades. Chart O explosives.
But yeah, guys, any other creative countermeasures that you guys can think of will also be appreciated.
Oh, I just want to put this out there. The nice thing about hallucinogen grenades and something like a stun grenade, something that doesn't do damage, is our servo skulls don't blow up when they blow up. Servo skulls are immune to drugs.
That is an excellent point. And of course, if we have someone who's hallucinating or stunned or whatever, we can kill them at our leisure, can't we?
Or they could be left alive and interrogated later.
Exactly.
I can also stun people with my shield and keep them alive.
Yes, you can. And Gaius can with the bird, and the captain can with the sword, although the sword might kill them before it stuns them.
Can I swat someone with the flat of the blade?
I could probably let you make a regular stun attack of some kind, although the power field is going to hurt pretty bad one way or another.
I'm going to be back in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not entirely clear from this how incapacitating hallucinogen grenades are.
Oh, right. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me just double check the rules on that, make sure it works the way I think it works.
They do also have the downside of not working if the person is environmentally suited, I'm guessing.
Right. Yeah, so they need to make a toughness -10 test. Oh, respirators and sealed armor only give a +20. They don't make them immune. So, I mean, it does have an effect, but it doesn't offer immunity.
Oh yeah, we're totally getting some of those.
Oh, did you see the chart?
I saw one chart. I'm also kind of
Oh, the
wondering what
hallucinogenic
geode grenades are.
If they fail that test, they have to roll in the hallucinogenics chart, and I'm showing you the chart. Have you seen that chart? If not, I'm getting you that chart.
I have not yet seen that
The
chart.
chart is kind of funny.
Have you ever seen a chart in this game for things that happen to people that isn't glorious?
I have not. Speaking of glorious charts, in my Sunday game, we got rolled on a Gygax table.
Not familiar with quite what a Gygax table is, beyond the fact that it's probably awful.
It is. Our, God, who was it? Shit. I think it was our tank got, like, the spores caused him to break out in an itchy rash, and when we rolled up where on the table, it came up generative organs.
Don't know what that means exactly.
The organs you use to generate more people.
Ah, okay. That's bad.
Back.
Okay.
Welcome back.
And did I link the hallucinogenics chart?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
The character believes his hands have turned into slimy tentacles. Or perhaps the flesh just begins to strip off the bone in bloody lumps. Yep. They start, they drop everything and they start staring at their hands and screaming.
Oh my god, we need the last one for Zennith.
Oh, it's trying to attack your own leg. That's pretty brutal.
Okay, so yeah, let's try and get our hands on some hallucinogen grenades. Those sound like fun.
Okay, what was the rarity on the hallucinogens again?
They are rare.
Rare, okay. And you were trying to get 30 of them?
Yes.
Okay. Do. Okay, so rare is minus 10. 30 is plus 10. Okay, so yeah, that comes out to a total of 0. Total of 0 on an acquisitions modifier. Well, actually, there's another minus 10 because it's your second check.
Wait, what?
Your second check, making multiple acquisitions in a row, that's a minus 10. So total of minus 10. Aside from whatever bonuses you got from the commerce check.
Okay, I really don't understand how the modifiers for commerce checks work, because we made a bunch of them last week and there wasn't a rolling modifier.
Well, it's first you make a commerce check, then you make an acquisition check.
Okay, are we doing the commerce the same as before?
Yes, it's a commerce check. Every degree of success is plus 2. Plus your profit factor.
And we're using Romeo's commerce with my influential awesomeness?
If that's the way you want to roll it.
So I looked up assistance.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably better if I assist the captain. Assisting the captain, if I can make an assistant, if I can assist, it's up to the GM. But basically just makes the check 10 less difficult, and if you succeed, you get an extra degree of success.
Ah, okay.
And I don't have to do anything for it, I just need to show up.
Right. Well, so yeah, in that case, once again, Romeo and the captain are heading out onto the town, making all sorts of deals.
Alright, so commerce at plus 10?
Yep, and if you succeed, you get 1 extra degree of success.
Which is very relevant in this case.
I'm going to spend a fate point.
Okay.
God damn it.
Okay.
Fate point, you have failed me.
So that is a total of minus 4 to the acquisition.
So Merle gets to 16. Fantastic.
You did it!
Wow.
That is... Okay, so you were able to track down some hallucinogenic grenades.
Excellent. Okay, so can I put the hallucinogenic grenades, and I'm going to take one of those for my personal loadout, and then the rest of them I'd like to be equipped to the servo skulls.
Okay, so 29 hallucinogenic servo skulls.
After all, you never know when you might need to one to hand yourself. Okay, so I think at this point, we're just waiting for Randall to come back with anything he has on the mercs. And then I think we were going to go meet up with Mr. Schwarzwald.
Okay.
Unless I'm missing something. I could be.
Alright. Randall, at the very least, currently is not able to come back with anything more on the mercs. I mean, given time, he may be able to. But at the moment, he's coming up short as far as information goes. He knows that they're led by a guy named Edwards and that they've been contracted by Marcus for about as long as he's been the scion of the Schwarzwalds.
So they've stayed bought at least that long. Okay, I will graciously thank Randall for all of his efforts on our behalf. Tell him that we are off to earn more profit for the family.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you are able to obtain from an alliance with the Schwarzwalds, or at least a cooperative endeavor. Don't bring down the dynasty while you're gone.
I'll do my level best.
And with that, you guys getting in contact with
Marcus?
Yes, getting in contact with Mr. Schwarzwald.
That's the plan, unless someone has something that I've forgotten.
All right. Well, no one speaking up further on that point. Yes. So, sending your Vox transmissions over for a meeting with Schwarzwald. Hello there. Lord Captain Gerard Seraphin, and your compatriots. What can I do for you?
Lord Captain Schwarzwald, you may recall you raised a business proposition to me when last we met.
Yes I did. We were... Yes, you were interested in exploring it further?
Presuming that you're still intending to go to follow through, yes?
Obviously.
Yes, I believe we are.
Obviously I am. Though it would be rather difficult to pull off without your help, I'd say. For a number of complex reasons.
Which I'm sure you'll be happy to share with us when we get around a table.
Absolutely. Do you have a table in mind?
We have a fantastic table. Wait till you see it and hear the story.
That sounds great. When do you think we should meet?
Soon as started, soon as done.
Wonderful. I'll bring cocaine and hookers.
Well, they're like this.
Sounds like a party.
Oh, I'll be bringing some of my own people, of course.
Of course.
All right. I'll see you then. Whereupon he can't... Sorry, what?
I don't think we've actually arranged a specific location or time.
Well, he did suggest your ship, I assume. It was kind of implied by you having the table.
Right, I didn't know if he was still in system or if he needed us to move the ship.
Oh, no.
Although apparently not.
Yeah, no. He's still there. Same place you guys are at. It's been a few days at this point.
Yeah, I assume that because we're contacting with Vox means that he didn't leave the system.
Yeah.
I don't think you could do, like, interstellar that far out with Vox.
Nope. At least not quickly.
Side note, we still have a bunch of fighters and stuff on Martellus Prime.
We do, although I don't believe it was a vast enough number to do any serious damage to our capabilities, was it?
No, it was all our fighters. We cleaned out the hangars so we could bring extra stuff.
Ah, shit, that's right.
I mean, we could just for convenience's sake say we grabbed him, but I know that there's like a check involved in, um, yeah,
Warping.
yeah, basically.
Yeah, we can worry about you guys going over there to get them after we've got Zennith back here and after you've had a little talk with Schwartzwell.
Got it.
But so, time passes, of course, and eventually Marcus ends up at the boarding ramp to your ship. Or one of the entry airlocks, one of the grand ones for important people.
But of course, where I will meet him with my command crew and wearing helmet, sword, and bodysuit for all of your charismatic needs.
Wonderful.
How hard would it be to steal a bunch of Denev's hallucinogenic paints?
They're probably under pretty heavy security.
Damn. I feel like that's the best drugs we have on board.
We could punch security.
They're kind of security aboard your ship, though.
Yeah, and also we would be messing with her um, navigator house, which is a lot richer than us, so probably not worth doing.
Also, remember what she did to the last person that really pissed her off?
Older is pure of mind. Older is not scared. I have a perk that makes me resistant to psychic shit.
It's not about psychic shit, it's about bullets.
And fire.
Puny bullets, puny fire.
It's just not worth it making someone upset over.
But yeah, and her drugs are probably not the enjoyment kind of drugs.
True enough.
It really depends on your personality.
They're more like the scary bad trip kind of drugs.
The kind you put in grenades.
Possibly a little worse. They're more for undergoing a spiritual journey kind of shit. They're not for chilling out.
Captain Schwarzwald, how nice to see you.
Captain Gerard Seraphin, it is wonderful to see you. So, this is the Zennith.
It is.
I've heard stories.
I can believe that. It's a very story-worthy ship.
You dug this thing out of the ground yourself, then?
Well, not every single shovelful, but yes, I was there.
Well, you used people to do it. They're the shovel of a road trader.
Yes, indeed.
And these are the officers I met before, then.
I'm sure you remember them as they remember you.
Yes.
Although, to be fair, you are a very memorable person.
Of course I am. I am great.
And hopefully soon, about a governor's palace richer.
You bet we will be. So, where's this miraculous table you've said so much about?
Just this way, Captain.
Right. Oh, I suppose the introductions are in order, though.
I'm going off mic for a second.
Alright. This here is my bosun, Mr. Rostock Jast. I believe his command style is somewhat different than yours, Lord Grey.
Well, Whatever gets the job done.
The bosun in question seems to be a sort of wizened old man type with a hood. Stares at you with one really big bugged eye.
Romeo gives his best Clint Eastwood squint back. As soon as he figured out he was a religious zealot, he's kind of like, "You bastard."
Lord Dunwich here is one of my closest advisors, matters of finance, politics, all of that wonderful stuff. Dunwich starts to open his mouth, whereupon Schwarzwald, who already has his arm around Dunwich's shoulder, just sort of raises a finger. He can't talk. Long story. Someone ripped out his tongue. Terribly sad. My head, the tech priests, Primus. Best you don't listen to anything he says on most days. Ah! I bet you've heard of my twist catcher, however. He points to Hodor.
Oh, that one's ours.
He was
Yes.
more saying that to Hodor.
Oh, yes. I am very excited to meet.
Right, yes. Well, this over here is my twist catcher, Boss Bloodgutter.
Nice to meet you.
And, true to the name, it is a big hulking motherfucker of an orc.
Oldar like this guy. Okay, I gotta go off mic. Gotta get my dad this carpet.
Oh, yeah, the carpet. All right. And the legendary commander of my armed forces, mercenary captain Malcolm Edwards.
I'm actually going to try to clean it tonight. My dad came all the way to Toronto, so I might have to call it a night for myself.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
Edwards just sort of gives you a small nod. Hey.
And legendary, is he?
Yeah, I am.
Fair.
You shoot enough people, people start talking about it.
Do you know we've encountered that same phenomena ourselves?
It's good for business. My guys are probably some of the best you're going to find out here in the Expanse. Yeah, the price is right.
With such excellent skills, the right price must be a high one indeed.
Yep. So, do we have, what are we doing? Killing some rich guy?
I mean, if it makes you feel better, you can take his goddamn head off, but what we're interested in is his place.
Oh, yeah, we're supposed to be robbing him or stealing his house or something.
Yes, if we kill him first, and it's an entirely different sort of crime. Presumably we are walking as we talk towards the conference room with the awesome table, yes?
Yes, and eventually you do all filter into the conference room and set yourselves up around the table.
You see, Captain Schwarzwald, truly fantastic.
Well, it is a very magnificent-looking table. Why are there bullet holes in it? I'd love to know.
Not all orcs are as friendly to us as your twist catcher is. Or good as diplomacy.
Not every negotiation can be successful.
I would not accuse Bloodgutter of being particularly adept at negotiations.
Well, neither was the orc who put the bullet holes here, but he turned out that he was as good at anyone else as dying.
Well, there are plenty of people who are very good at that. Except me, I'm terrible at it. But I'm sure I'll do it very well if it ever happens.
Thus far, I haven't had cause to test my skill. Although for some reason I feel like a parallel universe version of me died just as she set out in her adventures. I'm sure it's nothing.
Best not to worry about parallel universe versions of yourself. Trust me, when you meet them, nothing goes right.
Now that sounds like an interesting story.
Crazy things happen in the warp.
Yes, they do.
Suffice to say, there's only enough room in the universe for one Marcus Schwarzwald, Lord Captain of the Magnificent Bastard. And only room for one magnificent bastard, come to think of it. Long story short, I blew up the other magnificent bastard.
Well, it's a rare man that gets to learn that he's better than himself.
Probably the only person who had any hope of being better than me. It's a shame, really.
Well, the wise man wishes for opponents almost as clever as he himself.
Anyways, he plops down right at the table, snaps his fingers. One of his servants unrolls a long sort of cloth line that's pretty saturated with cocaine, apparently.
Ah, yes, the Roxo roll.
He dives in for a quick snort up. Okay. So what were we? Right, we're stealing from a guy. We're gonna steal all his shit.
That was the plan, yes. With the minimum of shooting it as possible.
Well, it's entirely possible there's going to be a fair bit of shooting. In fact, I think the outset of this thing may actually involve quite a bit of it. Lots of big shooting, for that matter. Anyway, so, yeah. I'd like to steal the governor's palace of Mr. Dunwich. What was his name? Warmester. So, Warmester. Right. Raza Warmester. That's his palace for stealing.
That much you had informed us of, although I am curious how one goes about stealing an entire palace.
Well, that is the trick of it, isn't it? Getting some of us inside won't be too difficult. There's dignitaries meeting going on, all sorts of people from across the expanse, bigwigs in the Imperium, who are a little under the radar, corrupt officials, that sort of thing. Bunch of Xenos representatives from here and there. Here's even got some people from Iniquity coming to the planet.
Okay, so he said that like it was something I should know. Isn't Iniquity something in universe that I should be aware of?
You have Common Lore Imperium?
Yes.
Roll that. You might not know about it, but it's common enough that it would fall under Common Lore. Doesn't look like you've heard of Iniquity.
That's one of my good skills, too.
Can I roll Forbidden Lore Xenos on it?
No, it's not Xenos related.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think any of you have any other knowledges that would be particularly applicable to it. Maybe if you had a missionary.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, alright.
Captain Schwarzwald, Iniquity?
Yeah, Iniquity.
I am not familiar with Iniquity.
Haven't been out here in the Expanse long, have you, Lord Captain?
My life path was not a very standard one.
If you're a rogue trader, that goes without saying. Anyway, yeah, Iniquity. It's a major heretic port out here in the Expanse. Outside of Imperial space, not quite so broiling over with chaos and heretics that you're guaranteed to die just by setting foot there. But you can pretty much guarantee that any cult you could imagine probably has ties back to there. The Black Crusades. Probably find a demon or two wandering around. Suffice to say, if our good buddy Warmister's reaching out to them, he's pretty desperate to find someone to be buddies with.
And to think he could have just remained on good terms with the Imperium.
This guy was never going to remain on good terms with the Imperium. Ah, he's a corrupt piece of shit. I'd admire him if I couldn't actually get rich by screwing him over.
Oh, you could admire him while you take everything he has. The two aren't mutually incompatible.
But that's part of why getting some of us in the front door will be pretty easy.
But only some, though.
We could maybe try to finagle it, but getting a couple rogue traders, maybe your navigator in the front door, we're important enough people that we could probably get an invitation to the party. But, Primus, get the intro over here. Holographic display is brought over, turned on, and all sorts of information is generated up into the middle of the room. Alright. We've been going over the plans as best we could. We really only see one major way we can do this. We're gonna have to be in teams.
Okay.
One team's gonna have to go in the front. People who can walk around without raising much suspicion, you know? Kind of folks who are supposed to be there. Meanwhile, we're gonna need another team that can sneak around inside. You know, go in the back, get things working in there. They're gonna have one of the more difficult jobs.
And that would be?
Well, I suppose both teams are, they're gonna have to try and make sure that somehow we can get the warp drive and the Geller field into the palace and installed without anyone noticing. Oh yeah, we're gonna need to steal a Geller field and a warp drive.
You're basically turning the palace into its own ship thing.
Yeah, out of character question, is that even a thing that can happen, or is the cocaine talking entirely by itself now?
Roll Archaeotech, just to represent arcane tech knowledge in this case.
One degree of success.
All right. I mean, you're not entirely sure. It's not outright impossible, but it's not something you have ever thought to do. But all right. So we're going to need to get to Gellerfield and the warp drive installed. Meanwhile, we're going to need people who are severing the connections between the palace and its structural supports that are holding it in place. We're going to need to get the heavy lifters from both of our ships down there to pull this thing up into orbit. Once it's disconnected, the warp drives and the Gellerfield are installed, we hook it up to your ship. Of course, we're also going to need to get the palace to go into full security lockdown.
Is that not a thing that will happen when we start severing supports?
Well, ideally, nobody will know we're severing the supports because that's something that's not going to go by very quick. You and me are pretty awesome, and we've got a lot of firepower up here, but I'd rather not have to duke it out with the entire planetary defense force for the whole time it would take us to sever the support structure.
Yes, please.
Not to say I wouldn't like trying, but I think everything would go a lot smoother if we didn't have to fight an entire planet's worth of guardsmen. I've got some men, but not that many.
Yes, fighting the entire planetary guard unit does seem somewhat short-sighted. So about this drive and field theft, where are you planning to get those?
At this point, there's probably a smash cut to both of your ships emerging from warp, with a voiceover of him explaining. Well, you see, the Righteous Bounty, the governor's own flagship, just so happens to be returning from a little diplomatic soiree. They're bringing in some more diplomats. People that he wants to talk to at his little party. But I happen to know that you have one of the best navigators in the Expanse, and my engine runs a little hot like yours too. I'm willing to bet we can make it to the Edge Assist before they can. Jam their communications. Take out the governor's own ship before anyone knows what's what. Rip their Gellerfield and their warp drive out so they can't get out of there. Fry their communications, head right off, and install his own ship's components in his palace.
It does have a delightful symmetry to it, but won't they notice when their guests don't show?
They might notice, sure, but what are they going to look for him with?
A compelling question. How much navy do they have?
They're a planetary defense force. They don't really have a navy. By the time anyone should be able to find this ship, we should be long gone.
There isn't going to be anyone on that ship that would be political trouble for us for marooning, will there?
If they survive, sincerely doubt it.
He's bringing over a bunch of diplomats that are comfortable with the idea of him secessioning from the Empire. I'm pretty sure we're fine.
also a compelling point. Speaking of political trouble, the Empire is full of factions, many of whom might take this a bit dimly. Have you any plans for pacifying them?
Well, yeah, I had considered that for a moment, and at the very least, I have a plan for how I was planning to deal with the fallout.
Do tell.
Okay, a little complicated. Try to keep up. Dunwich, what was my plan? Screw them, sir. Screw them.
Did you
was
say
my plan.
screw them?
Yes.
Sky is handsome, Jack.
Yeah, that's it. Screw them. Screw anybody who disagrees.
Certainly not a plan without its shining points, but might I suggest that instead we take from the governor's wealth to pay the tithes he owes? Bureaucrats always love people who make the books balance.
Bureaucrats. Well, probably make some friends in Administratum, though, the kind of tithes he was paying, those may not be too easy to try and get. Or maybe they could be.
What was he paying?
Well, use your basic Imperial world, it pays in soldiers. I suppose we could ship off him and the entire staff of his, palace.
Well, I happen to know that the Imperium has a front line that they're looking to stock.
I don't know if it'll quite be enough people. I'm not personally eager about trying to scoop up a bunch of the population of this planet. Not that I'm incapable of it, just, we're going to be on a little bit of a time crunch once we get down there.
Well, we will have a palace full of interesting diplomats.
Yeah, we will have that too. Almost none of them are people who the Imperium's gonna want. Well, they might want them dead. Might want to interrogate some of them.
That was my thinking. Information is valuable, and diplomats from iniquity sound like they could be a very hard currency indeed.
And then, of course, you have got yourself any number of people, Xenos diplomats that are down there. We can go over some finer details of them later.
They do sound interesting.
Yeah, guys bringing in aliens, cultists, renegades. Oh, he's got everything down there. Which is why a couple rogue traders with a long history of piracy and criminal conduct would fit right in. Didn't think I was picked you at random, did you?
Random? No. Although I can't say that I have engaged in all that much piratical conduct myself.
You haven't, but your dynasty has. Same difference in those people.
Yes, there is a certain tendency to associate the family with the individual.
Hold on one sec. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Let's see why the dogs are barking so much. Anyway, so what did we leave off on?
I believe the last topic was Xenos diplomats.
Right, yes. Well, more just the wide net of diplomats that the guy was casting.
So in any case, it sounds like that we'll be certain to pick up at least a few people who will be interesting.
Yeah, bound to happen, bound to happen. I'd really prefer not to give at least any of my cut from this deal off to anybody else. You're free to raffle off whatever you like. Though I am certainly not opposed to getting rid of the whole palace staff by shipping them off to the Imperial Guard. That is way in my wheelhouse.
It's a matter of paying a small amount today to not have to pay for a war tomorrow.
Hey, nothing wrong with paying for wars. Wars can be great money.
I do not doubt that.
If the existence of this particular venture shows anything, it's that warring with the Imperium is a losing venture.
Well, I never actually intended to go to war with the Imperium. But, you know, war's on...
No, but he did, and now he's a target.
Well, he's not actually at war with the Imperium yet. He'll be dead when he is, though. Assuming he ever gets there after this.
Okay, so this yacht of his, what are the statistics? What kind of communications? Are they going to have astropaths on board? How is it armed?
That's probably not a match for either of us individually, and definitely not a match for us together. Frankly, I think the hard part's going to be not blowing the thing up.
We have methods of acquiring a ship without destroying it, but it's likely to be a little expensive in crew complement. It's a no survivors kind of tool.
Well, I am more than happy with no survivors aboard the guy's ship. The less people there are to answer questions, in the event something goes wrong, the better.
And as you said before, diplomats of iniquity.
Yeah.
And servants. No huge losses there.
We are going to have to jam their communications when we get in there, of course. I can handle their Vox.
Can astropathic communications be jammed?
They can. I need to double check the rules on precisely how, but they can.
Because that's something we're going to want to have in place.
Hmm.
Does us no good to block out the radio if they can get an instantaneous shout for help off. Now that I've heard the entirety of his plan with the Galar field and drive and our ship, do I think it's something that will work?
It could.
Ambitious.
The end result's basically just make it so the ship won't get filled, or make it so the palace won't get filled with demons when you warp jump with it attached to your ship. Get it into lockdown so everybody inside doesn't immediately die when you go into orbit. And
I mean, as long as our guys aren't on there, it doesn't really matter if the Demon or 2 gets in, does it?
Well, it could taint the whole thing and make the venture like looting shit. I mean, you guys are more than familiar with trying to loot shit out of a chaos-infested place.
True enough.
Yes, to be avoided if possible. Alright, so once we've got it fielded, drived, and attached to the ship, where do we go with it?
I got a nice little system, out of the way, uninhabited. Nothing useful there, no one has any reason to show up. We can take it there and start picking through the wreckage. Metaphorically speaking, I'm hoping it's in good condition.
Well, I doubt we'll make this omelet without breaking any legs.
Well, of course not. We're gonna kill so many people.
How do we access the vault? Like once we have it, I mean, a vault's a vault.
Yeah, that it is, and getting into that vault may be an important thing while we're still down there on the planet, which is gonna be one of the priorities for the people who are walking around out in the open. Well, everybody who's inside, quite frankly. We're probably gonna have to,
More the first team.
well, we're probably gonna have to find some way to get the code into the vault. Either clear it out while we're there so Schwarzwald can't get into it, or find some way to lock him out of it.
Aren't you Schwarzwald?
Or, sorry, Warmister. It's a Warmister. Can't get into it.
I mean, worst case scenario, we do have an APC on board. We could just roll that thing in. I mean, after we land the palace on that annex planet you were talking about, assuming we can't get in during the whole soiree.
I don't think there's enough room in the hallways to get a rhino down into the vault.
That just means we use the rhinos to make bigger hallways. However, it must be said that I do have a little talent with security systems. And of course, if you could procure a little item for me, I think I could do much better on an electronic system.
Well, Primus here isn't too bad with electronics either. Maybe two of you could talk to the machine spirits of the vault, see if you could get it open. Or at least see if you get the cogitator codes from somewhere inside the palace while we're in there. Well, I think Primus might draw a little attention.
How does he look?
He looks like a bizarre tech priest, what you would expect to look. I haven't gotten the specifics of his stats and shit down, but yeah, he is definitively a tech priest. He would be very out of place.
Like he has a Macintyre and everything.
Yes. There's also a little concern that there might be one or two people there that are looking for him.
Just a minor worry, really.
Given the wide net that Warmister's casting, there's a possibility.
Well, no offense, Primus, but I am a little less distinctive than you.
It is possible we could work at the problem from two different ends.
I do love a good meet in the middle plan.
And you could stand in the eyes of the black creatures without being seen.
Black creatures?
Yes, vile creatures that have been hunting for me.
And why wouldn't they see me?
They have no reason to see you. You're not important to them.
So it's entirely based on what they're looking for. Interesting.
Edwards, across the table, kind of adjusts his glasses, an oddity for apparently a well-to-do merc in an age of bionic eyes. Flicks a finger towards Thaddeus.
Yes,
You Crispin?
I am.
We might have to shoot a lot of people.
It's something I'm used to.
So I hear.
Why? What's with all the shooting then?
There's a pretty good chance we're gonna have to take out perimeter guards.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna have to
I'm
do
used to long range things, so
yeah, thought so. Gonna have to do it clean. Gonna have to do it quiet. I can help, but from what I hear, that's something you're good at.
it would be best to leave it to me.
I'm more than able to get in the front door. Well, not the front door, back door, but I can go inside. Go in with a group of people. If things go wrong, I can kill a lot of people in there. I don't know if you'll all survive, but I know I will.
Well, I have to say, I would certainly like to survive this.
Yeah, it seems like I'm going to make a lot more money if you guys don't die.
So, the group in the party. What sort of entourage am I going to be allowed in there?
Dunwich steps forward at that. We are expecting that you will be allowed some token escort. There are certainly a number of dangerous people who would be attending. Expecting them all to be unarmed would be foolish. You can anticipate that the governor's defense forces will be far more numerous. And if our intelligence is to be believed, very well armed.
Well, ideally, they don't get to the point of shooting us, but if it does come to that, you say it's a bring your own blaster party?
Yes. I doubt we could make it in with more than 3, perhaps 4 bodyguards.
Would a servo skull or two be seen as out of place?
Potentially. He is a very paranoid man, for good reason.
Right here in this room, we're working on giving him a better reason, so.
So I'm going to assume that means the Twitch catchers aren't viable bodyguards in this case.
Though he is looking for more uncouth individuals to be his sponsors, a mutant and an orc would still stand out quite a bit.
It seems to me we'd probably be better served with them on the support cutting team.
It is entirely possible, yes. And of course there will need to be those who are entering within. Unseen, either due to stealth or because there are no survivors to report.
Is active camouflage a thing?
I'm pretty sure that's what Cameline is.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. Well, the sign skin does that as well, I think.
Right.
It's like a bioreactive bodysuit, so colors change depending on where you are.
Might want to see if we can equip the infiltration team with those things.
You'd have to acquire them.
Well, assuming that Captain Schwarzwald doesn't have any already.
No, don't have any to hand right now. We could try to pick a few things up when we made it to the planet. Probably help give us some credibility, get our name out there for getting in the front door. But, of course, anything we got our hands on, they might know we got our hands on.
There is one item I am wondering if you can get your hands on for me before we go. It would be best if they didn't know I had it, if I had it.
What would that be? Maybe I got it in store.
That would be a good quality MIU, which will make me much better equipped to interface with their security systems and hopefully defeat them.
I'm afraid if we don't keep a lot of spare implant systems around here, certainly nothing like that. Tech priests have, they got their things going there, but they don't need an MIU.
Unfortunately, I came up dry in my attempts to get my hands on one.
Well, that's a shame. Shame we could try to get one on site, but might make you a little more suspicious. It might make you seem like someone who's looking to wander around and steal information, which you are.
So you can see why I'd like to get one before we get there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we don't have anything like that on board. Not about to rip Primus's thingy out of his spine.
Yes, I would be opposed to removing the tech from someone who was already using it.
Just putting this out there, it'll be better and probably, it'll be just as good and probably easier to find than one of those camo suits. A copy of the uniform that his planetary guard are wearing.
Do they use any special sort of identification system amongst themselves?
Not that we've been able to find in particular.
You've already got a good story. You hired out another merc or two to get up, beef up security on this diplomacy meeting.
Yeah, that could get some people in the back door. At least explain why they get caught wandering the halls.
Plus, usually it's easier to shoot people in the back than it is their fronts.
So much easier.
It is. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, man, by the Emperor. Oh, this one guy, I incinerated his entire spine. That is the last time someone insults my souffle.
Well, apparently his opinion was to die for.
But a bunch.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Happy to be of service.
Well, obviously, there's details to work out, but I think we're probably going to need to start with getting our hands on that warp drive in Gellerfield.
It certainly is a starting point. When is the intended attack time?
Well, if there wasn't anything in particular you guys were planning to do, it would probably just be a cut to the attack.
No,
Did somebody say attack?
Hey, there's a person.
Welcome back.
Yay, person.
I mean, other than getting our fighters back, that's about it. And if we're pressed for time, they'll be fine there for a while. I don't think we're going to really need our fighters that much.
I mean, aside from the scenario we had discussed earlier, no, probably not.
Who are we attacking this time?
Oh yes, she was not here to hear the gist of the plan.
Many a thing.
Of the Schwarzwald plan.
Yes.
Oh, is Gaius on his way?
I'm here.
Oh, you are? Wonderful.
Yeah, I don't have a car, so I can't bring him home for another, like, hour and a half.
Ah, okay. No problem. Okay, so yes, the plan that Schwarzwald put forth. They're the basics of how you're going to steal a palace. First, you have to steal a Geller field and a warp drive. He proposed stealing them from the governor's own ship that will be returning to the system very soon. Basically warp in, jam communications, blast the crap out of them, steal their stuff, and then get to his palace, get teams that are sneaking around trying to get his vault codes, teams that are cutting the supports between his palace and the greater city, and teams that are installing the warp drive and the Geller field inside of the palace.
Fun.
Then you send your heavy lifters down to lift it off of the planet into orbit, connect it to the Zennith, and warp out of there with it.
Well, any part of that plan involving the warp I can do.
Also, at some point, make a big ruckus so we can lock down the whole palace.
Oh yes, they do also need the full security lockdown to take effect.
Well, if I can get some servo skulls in there with me, that shouldn't be too much trouble.
Though notably, Denev is one of the few people who can walk right in the front door.
Huh.
Because you're so fancy.
Yeah, someone from a navigator house and 2 rogue traders can go right in the front door without much trouble.
Ooh,
And
fancy party.
And likely Gaius as well. Also being a noble.
I'm ready for this.
Alright, so yeah, the only things that we had discussed doing beforehand was guard uniforms and possibly taking another crack at that MIU.
We can probably...
Wait, MIU?
It's a cybernetic implant.
Alright.
Lets you connect your brain to techie doodles.
Yes, yes.
But yeah,
Which,
so,
if you're going to be system breaking, Sandy.
yeah. But so, we can probably assume that you guys just went and got your fighters. Unless there was a specific reason you didn't want to have them.
No. I mean, the big thing was just going through the warp requires checks and stuff, but if we just skip over it, then we just skip over it.
Yeah, we can skip over that for the moment.
The other thing is, if we're going to go back to Martellus, we should probably bring a couple of doctors, too. We did promise.
Yeah. Okay. No, you're still there. But yeah, okay.
I couldn't hear anything for a minute.
I don't think anything was being said, so you're good. But yeah, okay, so yeah, you drop off doctors and probably some tech priests, I assume, back at Martellus.
Indeed so.
And pick up your fighters.
So handy to have.
Yes, and of course, smash cutting to you guys are in system. Though probably the related warp checks, just to see exactly what state you're in once you get in the system. Since that's not something you can
Okay.
plan for. Yeah. Since that's one thing you can't particularly plan for. That is the nature of the warp. Warp. So, warp-related checks. I just have to bring up the thingy, though, and go down the list. I think I skipped over it. There we go. Okay, using the elseways, I assume?
Yep.
Okay, I can't remember the check you have to make for that. I assume you have that written down on your sheet.
I thought I did. Let me... Oh, wait. Yeah, I should have it on my sheet. Let me actually bring that up. That's one thing I don't have up yet in my Excel sheet.
Okay.
It's like the safety
Yeah, I could
dance.
have-
Come on, Excel starter. You can do it.
Okay, yeah. Minus 10 forbidden lore check.
Come on, baby. Boom!
Okay, yeah, so that just means you can use the elseways, which means, once again, you guys are consistently flying without the Astronomicon. Fuck the light of the Emperor.
Damn right.
But okay.
Yeah, paint my ass up. Let's do this. Get in my
Okay.
hot tub.
All right. Hold on, just writing a thing down real quick. All right, so doing your fancy pants thing with your paints and divining the route.
Yep. All the cool henna with psychotropics.
All right, yeah, so that is, let's see, Synesiance plus, I know you get a bonus for your Brabazon thing. Again, I don't have that written down.
I think it adds my insanity to my
Right,
check.
yes. You do add your insanity to that check, so whatever your insanity is. And double checking on your fancy pants stuff. That's just your insanity. Just double checking all the stuff we have here.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just the bonus of your insanity to a Synesiance check.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good? Oh, right. So, yeah, seems like it'd be about a couple weeks at Warp, getting there. for most people at least.
So
You
the
got-
Elseways, doesn't that? Oh wait, no, that bypassed the astrologue. I thought it cuts time, or what? I thought there was something that cut time. Maybe I'm missing it.
Let's see. Your engine's half your time, so that's actually only 1 week for you guys.
Booyah!
And then, how many degrees of success was your Forbidden Lore check?
Just under 3, so 2.9.
Okay, so that is plus 30 to any navigation warp tests for this voyage.
Sweet.
What did Romeo try to post that didn't show up for some reason? Is it just a big thing that's not loading?
It's just a stupid picture because of the "fuck the emperor" comment.
Oh, okay.
That's a link if you want to see it.
Lol.
Oh yeah.
All right. Into the warp you go. Everybody willpower.
Twinkle, twinkle, little bell, please don't send us into hell. Or crashes there. I'll roll for him.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say.
Things are not going well for me in the warp.
Is that a failure on Romeo's part? That looks like a failure on Romeo's part.
It is a failure on Romeo's part.
Oh,
I think you want to fate point that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a failure on Romeo and Thaddeus's part.
That should be a success for Gaius, I'm told.
Okay, I have no idea what his willpower is.
Hopefully I'm not crazy enough to stop flying the ship.
Let's see how crazy you all are, the three of you who failed.
Hee hee.
Okay. Thaddeus, how many degrees of failure is that? It looks like a lot.
My willpower is 40, so 5.
5 degrees of failure?
That was, yeah.
Okay. 1d100 plus 40, you said? Or
Yeah.
4
50.
degrees? 50? Okay. 1d100 plus 50.
So 95, 93 then.
Make another willpower test. Is that a success?
No.
How many degrees of failure is that?
3.
3. Okay. How many wounds do you have?
I have 9.
9?
Yes.
We are, of course, assuming you're all at max at the moment after all the time you've had to recuperate.
Yeah, 9 is my maximum, I think.
And how many degrees of failure is that again? Double check.
3.
3? Yeah, you take 9 damage.
Pardon, I take 9 damage.
You take 9 damage.
Okay.
Yep.
From?
Well, you have, unfortunately, developed the clawing awareness of horrific taint and mutation in your flesh that you spend a large portion of the journey trying to cut away.
Good.
So you spend a large bit of the journey kind of event horizoning yourself.
I have a question here for Thaddeus. Do you have a fate point?
I do.
You could use that to reduce damage.
Is that all damage or just crit damage?
Oh,
can't
no,
do-
I think it's actually specifically not crit damage.
Yeah, you can't fate point crit damage.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're pretty weird me. Well, let me see how much it is, and then... maybe. I mean, it's my last one.
And Romeo, however many degrees of failure, plus 10 for every degree.
I like having life, so. Well, I'm on 2 health then.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I take 2 less damage.
That's 28,
28. Okay.
including the plus 20 I would get for my 2 degrees of failure.
Yeah. And let's see. So you just get a minor phobia from the whole thing. And Captain, 1d100 plus 10.
Just a second.
It's a good thing that Gaius re-rolled, because that would have been horrible.
It would have.
What, 91 specifically?
Well, just he would have had a very large penalty to his thing, like Thaddeus had.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's kind of befitting for Thaddeus if he's deluded and thinks he's becoming a mutant.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
He's trying to cut away the mutation.
It makes sense. Like,
And-
God, it's brutal.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. And Captain, you also make it away with nothing more than an extremely severe phobia.
Of?
Well, let's pick a random thing for both Romeo and the Captain.
Do you have a random phobias chart?
I wish I did. It would probably be wonderful in this game.
My vote is unicorns.
What is this? Cabin in the Woods?
Let's say needles on Romeo's part.
Got it.
And gold on the Captain's part.
Captain, your life has lost all meaning.
Specifically gold, the precious metal, or what gold represents?
Gold, the precious metal.
I'm so glad I prefer to decorate in silver.
Anywho, so a few people come out of it perfectly fine. A few people have pretty severe phobias. And Thaddeus is running around the ship chainsawing off bits of himself.
Way to go, you precious snowflake.
So there is there are levels of warp sickness here.
Gaius and Dennis are just looking around exactly like Troy from the episode of Community where he walks in with a pizza and everything's on fire.
This isn't even close to the darkest warp transit.
Fair.
Oh, the horrific things that can happen during the darkest warp transits. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's probably one of them.
We were really close to that, like last time.
You guys spent a shitload of time in the warp, but you seem to usually avoid anything bad happening.
A lot of bad stuff could have happened, though. That would have been the darkest timeline.
Yeah, at least I didn't get nutty with the tweezers.
Well, apparently Dennis was one of the main reasons why Schwarzwald even came to us in the first place.
He did note that apparently you guys have the best navigator in the Expanse.
That's your
Damn
reputation,
right.
Dennis.
Oh, right. Double checking the shit you've got. Okay, anyways. Yeah, you don't have to locate the Astronomicon. Yeah, so, yeah, make your navigation test with all of the bonuses you get.
Now I gotta remember all of them. Let's see.
Well, you're getting
15 plus.
yeah, plus 30 from your Elsewhere charts, plus 20 from the Warp Sextant. I don't know if you have Warp Navigation plus 10 to begin with. Yeah, I assume if you used Talented for giving anything plus 10, it was that.
Good God, you got 7 degrees of success with a 73?
Best in the verse, thank you.
By the way, you can't have anything over plus 60.
Yeah.
That's true.
But I just mean like the roll. Like your plus 65.
Yeah,
Okay, so minus 5 for that. So still like 7 degrees of success at this point.
Yeah.
Thank you. No applause, please. Just throw money. And wine.
Alright then. So, and now we have the glorious things that you can encounter within the warp. That your lovely running hot engines encounter every 3 days, instead of every 2. Let's see what options you have.
Here we go again.
At least you get to choose.
That makes me feel so much better.
Because you can't even tell me that there is a rogue trader who doesn't have a decoration team.
Don't worry, I'll take the gold. Don't worry, I'll put it to good use. I got nice quarters now.
Yes, I'm not visiting you in your room at all during this trip.
What a mess.
The first choices of what Zennith is steering into.
Hooray!
Fuck.
No, don't say that.
Oh, why do you do this to me, Eric?
I mean, you can make a Sinisians. Technically, I'm supposed to require a Sinisians test to see if you even notice these things. But you're getting so many bonuses to your Sinisians test that it's mostly irrelevant.
That's probably for the same reason that he keeps handing me moral quandaries.
Shit.
I mean, I suppose do throw out a Sinisians plus, just to see if you like crit fail it or something.
Sinesians plus yes.
Senescence plus, plus 30. Senescence plus 30.
Okay.
Just to see if you screw it up horribly. Okay, so yeah, no issues there. Just a matter of which one are you steering into. You can, of course, try to avoid whichever one you choose.
I will definitely do that.
Well, either Romeo can or you can, depending on the nature of the encounter.
I know for a fact that your Sedniscience is better than my agility. Or better than my pilot.
Well, here's hoping.
Okay, so you're steering into the psychic encounter.
Here we go.
Alright, what is the metaphor that Zennith views the warp through, by the way? I forgot.
Wonderland.
Wonderland?
She says more of American Media is Alice Wonderland. Everything is fucked up.
Okay, so yes. So out of the wilderness bounds a distorted-looking squirrel creature, which it's hard to tell if it's leading you towards something or if you just have to be carrying on the same path that it's going on. But you do find yourself stumbling into a massive, sprawling map chamber. Well, it's more like the room itself is a map. A map that's sort of been wrapped up into a giant folded paper box.
Ooh, charts. Now what are you?
Me? Says the little squirrel creature.
Well, you're the only one here, right?
Well, you're here too. Do you know who you are?
Do any of us really know who we are? Eventually, maybe.
I believe I can get you where you're going. I can get you anywhere you're going. Just have to read the charts. Trust me. They'll get you where you need to go. And do a scrutiny check. The Cerberus skulls don't have legs, they just kind of spin around in place.
They don't have legs, but they can still move in patterns.
Okay, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zennith is drawn in. She reads the charts. She steers into them, goes through. She is guided by the information that she sees in the charts wrapping the room. They push in through her mind, and she guides the ship just a little bit in the right direction, or the wrong direction, rather. And a thing happens. What's the horrible thing that happens? Let's see.
Shit.
Yeah, horrible thing. Well, your Galar field is online, so might not be as horrible as it possibly could be. Let's find out.
We may have wanted to do your thing, Romeo.
Tank driving? I think this is beyond the point where we can steer out of the way. I think we're into it if we're into it.
Yeah, but my scrutiny is shit.
It's your hallucination, though. I couldn't see it. That was my understanding. I think that was just a thing you saw.
Yeah, it's completely within Denham's mind.
Yeah, I'm just saying, might not have. We chose the other
Hey,
one.
I don't know, Jack, about the warp. Basically, the way I view the situation is you told me to go a place, and I was like, all right, you're like the best navigator I know, so.
She's the only... Well, no, I guess there are other navigators on the ship that you know.
They're all creepy.
And not nearly as talented.
I knew I liked you.
Most people do.
Alright, so, as you are making your way through the warp, reports begin to filter up through the ship. Oh, let's see what the lucky recipient is. How many components do you have on board?
Um, 3 gun shield, scalar shield, warp drive, melodium.
18 that are relevant to this situation.
Okay.
Wonderful. Every jump into the warp is an adventure.
Fucking squirrel. Probably works for the Red Queen.
Oh, this will be fun. Probably. In a way. Oh, right, yes. Reports begin to filter up from the men manning the void shield stations. Some sort of horrific crawling menace weaving in and out of the shield controls. Grubs forming themselves out of consoles. People being infected, dying. There is definitively sickness aboard your vessel now, and it is concentrated in your void shield arrays.
Incredibly bad words.
And ship morale reduced by 5.
Wait, don't I help with that?
What exactly is the wording of the ability?
For bosun, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what the ability is. I just know it has something to do with helping boost general. I think I might only help on combat, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well, that's something I can double check real quick.
Cool.
And while you're looking into that, I would also like to know my options for dealing with this. The last thing I need whatsoever is Nurgle getting a friggin' foothold on my ship.
And let's see, basically, it means, for the bosun, the crew suffers none of the penalties from having low morale as long as you're on board.
Okay.
You don't reduce morale losses, they just, the statistical effects of having low morale just don't count for the crew as long as you're there.
Okay, got it. And our morale is still, like, super high anyway.
Yes. Okay, and basically, sadly, since you lack any kind of significant priesthood on board that isn't machine priests, you have to torch that fucker. You have to torch the void shield array.
What?
Fire. Faith or fire is the only way to purge the sickness that that is infesting your ship, and you don't have a lot of faith to purge it with.
And the tech
And we-
priest's faith in the Omnissiah is insufficient?
For defeating a warp incursion, yes.
And we just got new ones too.
Oh.
Doesn't necessarily mean it will be destroyed, but does mean that people have to go down there and burn the scuttling plague bugs out of the void shields.
Well, we can't just let it run rampant on the ship.
There are just swarms of these horrible little bugs down there. People are melting, dying with boils covering them. Plague bug.
Well, clearly we need to do something about this.
Ah, man. If only fire had been the Renphobia.
Oh, I'm not enthused with setting parts of my ship on fire, but, I mean, I can't just let that go on, and I can't let, I'm just not allowing a Nergalian foothold under any circumstances.
That is
Cleanse it with
completely
fire.
reasonable. Okay, so cleansing it with fire. Which means that functionally, the component has now been set on fire.
Functionally and literally, the component is set on fire.
Well, that's a critical effect you can get in combat. But that means that functionally, it's as if someone else just set your thing on fire.
Oh, got it.
Since you don't really have a lot of time to be careful with your application of horrible cleansing fire. It's kind of the point of cleansing fire.
Man, I wish I had a croquet mallet to beat the heck out of that squirrel.
Last time you ever
By
trusted
fire
squirrels.
be purged!
Okay, quite a few people either die in the fires or by the plague. Oh, sorry, no, that is, oh, okay, yeah, quite a few people die, but less than I thought.
I was gonna say, presumably we evac anyone we can.
Oh, obviously you do, but, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're able to. And, it has a somewhat deleterious effect on morale. In addition to, the fact that it's a warp sickness spreading through the ship.
I don't suppose it helps matters at all if I'm personally there helping to tend to it.
Not particularly, I don't think. We can double check some of that stuff after the fact. See what your morale totals come out to. But yeah, so yeah, the ship is at a mildly unpleasant level of morale after a horrible plague swept through your fancy new shields and then had to be incinerated out of the shields. And let's see if you can put that fire out before it actually, damages the shields. How do we put out fires? I know there's a way to put out fires. I know it's a thing you do.
I'm guessing we can't simply expose it to vacuum.
No, the ships are not designed quite that wonderfully.
But you're not in the vacuum of the warp.
That is an excellent point.
Okay, yes, it is a command test. A command -10 test to organize firefighting crews.
Oh, Captain, you got this. You got like a plus 30 minimum.
Oh, actually, you can vent the component into the void. However, it then counts as depressurized, which is another thing.
Is it a thing that does damage to it?
Well, it's certainly not good. Although I suppose it's less important in a non-combat situation here. Although it would definitively kill anyone who's left in there. Though everybody who can do command tests can make one,
Oh, good.
as everybody tries to form firefighting teams.
All right. So, I know I have that special sword that gives me plus 10. And we have the Melodium, right?
Yes.
So that's plus 20 total?
Yes.
Okay, rolling this then. That is 2 degrees of success.
Okay, it looks like Romeo and the captain were both able to successfully get firefighting teams arranged. Gaius probably... It appears that Gaius was not particularly successful in arranging firefighters.
Not particularly, no.
Running around trying to organize the hordes of people who are either on fire, afraid of being on fire, or suffering from plague, something he probably doesn't want to get near after all of his episodes.
Sounds about right.
Oh, wonderful. They did have specific stats for what happens when you vent an on-fire component. As opposed to just it suffers from the same things as if the enemy depressurized it. Apparently you lose less people because you got out everyone you could, but you suffer a lot more morale because your guys don't really like the idea of intentionally venting people into space.
I can understand that.
If it's an accident, they lose some morale, but when the captain ordered people vented into space, has a deleterious effect on morale. Okay, so the component is undamaged. You lost some people, lost some morale, but the shields are still online. And they are no longer filled with warp sickness.
Oh, good.
Hooray!
Hooray! Okay, perhaps a softer decision for Zennith then, for the last encounter. Hopefully.
Speaking of which, how does that actually play out when one is navigating? Like, do they know any of that happened, or just, like, stuck in the hallucinations for the time until the end? Then they have to get caught up afterwards.
Well, it's not so much hallucinations as you're looking out into the warp, and that's just sort of how you see the warp. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, does she know that that ended up being a bad idea?
Yeah, she is aware of it. She probably saw it through some
I'm
kind
going
of
to
metaphor.
fucking croquet that squirrel.
Yeah, she probably saw it through some kind of metaphor, but she's aware of what happened, more or less.
The caterpillar.
Okay, all the information is laid out to Zennith. It is a surprisingly soft choice compared to some of the others you've had to make.
Yeah, let's go the first one.
Okay. Sinisians plus 30. Roll it. See if you have a chance to evade. Or if you just notice this thing all of a sudden and bam, it's on you.
Fuck yes.
Okay. So yes, you can attempt to get through it.
On alert after that fucking squirrel.
Alright, so my rolling pilot.
Uh, you chose the first one, right, Zennith?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that would be one that she is attempting to dodge.
Got it.
Notably, I think because the price of failure is much lower than the price of failure on the other one.
So what do I need to roll to dodge that? So what do I need to
Okay.
roll to dodge that?
Well, in this case, as opposed to some temptation brought to you by a terrible squirrel, you find yourself on a grand chessboard. Sort of just casually walking out upon it in an open field.
Oh, chess, it's so boring. It takes so long.
And time it certainly does take. Though the end result, you moving through your spaces on the chessboard, you are eventually faced with battle against the queen of the enemy player. Mysterious player, you don't actually see anyone controlling the opposing side. But the towering figure of the queen is someone you have to kill.
Oh, then have at thee.
Is your weapon skill or ballistic skill better? When I say you have to kill them, I mean you have to kill them.
Fuck. Ballistic. I can't use my willpower on this shit. I do have that skill against demons.
I'm not sure that... I mean, that could be relevant here. Well, I'm not sure if your navigator power is relevant in this case. But this is quite an accelerated thing. Probably going to make it a matter of opposed combat checks on both your parts.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
Presumably finding yourself with some kind of powder weapon or a bow.
You got a what?
Some kind of powder weapon, like a flintlock, or a big winchy crossbow.
Oh, fun. I miss my flamethrower.
Well, you actually got more degrees of success than the other person.
Yes!
So yeah, you avoid having the crew plagued by even more hallucinations.
Checkmate.
As you pop the opposing queen a good one right in the face with whatever your weapon is in your warp-addled mind.
It's a gun that fires croquet mallets.
Okay, and you arrive on target. at the edge of the system, along with the Schwarzwalds, who were basically following your warp wake, more or less.
Oh, yeah.
And you're hailed on the Vox as soon as you emerge. Well, that was a rather bracing few days, wasn't it?
Never a dull day in the warp.
Never trust a squirrel.
I will assume that makes some amount of sense to someone.
Oh, plenty.
But yes, you have emerged from warp, and you have emerged, as Schwarzwald had suspected, just ahead of the governor's personal ship.
Have we got our jamming all lined up?
You are getting it jammed up. Schwarzwald happens to be particularly good at the Vox end of jamming. He has a ship component that does it. So,
Sure, that comes in handy.
So as soon as the governor's ship appears, the Vox jamming begins, and almost every ancillary Vox channel is flooded with heavy metal.
Yo.
Oh, hey, a person!
Yeah, no, I'm back. I don't think the carpet's salvageable. My dad took it home. He's going to try tomorrow while I'm at work.
Okay.
I got it off the wall, though. Some stains I got to touch up with some paint. Yeah.
Oh, alright.
Yeah.
Lol, Vox metal.
Yep, Vox metal. Yeah, that is basically what Schwarzwald's Vox jamming system is. He just broadcasts heavy metal on all frequencies. As he charges combat.
Okay, so
what
what's
do we
going
have
on?
for the astropaths?
Well, Zennith got betrayed by a squirrel in the warp, and then they had to burn the void shields with fire, and then I had to fight a chess piece, and it was all very strange.
Are we fighting right now?
You're about to be.
Alright, Hodor teleports up to the bridge. Oh, they're on bridge. Sorry I'm late, I was asleep. We're on the ship, right? Sorry.
We just started jamming.
Jamming. Like, as in music?
As in communications.
Oh, okay.
I just linked what they're jamming with.
And whose communications are we jamming? The other rogue traders or demons?
Oh, yeah. Basically, you guys just went through warp to try and catch the planetary governor's ship before it actually made it to his planet, so you can steal its warp drive in Gellerfield. So now you and the Schwarzwalds are in the process of moving in to attack that ship, so you can loot its ship.
Okay, and the governor's on this ship?
No. He is back on the planet, but it's bringing some dignitaries to him. But the main reason you're here is just to steal its warp drive in its Gellerfield.
Okay.
But you're also jamming it because it is in the same system and could maybe get word back to him.
Okay.
Yeah, so your astropads are trying to block their astropads.
Come on, astropaths, you can do it. Put a little power to it.
Alright, and let's see. Initiative for ship combat.
How's that rolled?
The captain rolls 1d10 plus your ship's detection bonus. What is the detection on the Zennith? You don't have a detection bonus, so just 1d10.
Yeah,
Plus
it's 1d10
agility
for,
bonus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just the captain, because this is ship combat.
I know.
So, which means that you all act on a turn for your ship as opposed to turns individually.
Yep.
And the enemy ships get their turns as well.
Ships, plural?
Well, okay, the other ships, not necessarily enemy ships, plural.
I
There are,
was gonna say, we've only just started and we've already got an intel fuck up.
most of the point of this is that you don't have any intel fuck-ups. You know everything. That's the whole idea.
And that's why if there had been ships, plural, it would have been a problem.
Let me pull you guys over here. Though I don't have the ship.
Can I? What can I do? My to give +5 on any test? Is it +10? What is it that I can do to do that?
Put your backs into it.
That's for shooting.
For anything, pretty much. I'm zipping between like 10 different pages here.
Okay.
I can't remember what I called the token for your ship, like what its actual name was. Roll20 won't let me copy a token between pages. Unless I'm missing how you do that. Oh, no, wait, there it goes. There's the thing. And I don't have additional tokens for these ships as of yet. The pink one will be the bastard.
Hey, then it's an insult to us bastards.
And we'll reuse the Eldar ship. Although, obviously, it is not the Eldar ship.
No, but it's been a lucky token for us in the past.
So yes, they are obviously rather confused on what the fuck is going on. They just emerged from warp, and suddenly there's enemy ships there.
Oh, really? That's entirely too much reaction. We're not enemies. We just need something they have.
So it is a pretty important something. And let's see, what was your, oh yeah, you just got a 3 there, right?
Yeah, I rolled kind of bad.
Okay. Let's see if the bastard gets a better roll. Come on, bastard. A bit. And let's see, so putting them there. Oh, no, wait, that's the bastard. Okay, yeah, putting that there, and you guys are up here. Presumably oriented towards them. Since you had you had at least a tiny bit of prep time. Heading in. Well, actually, surprise rounds are a thing. Wasn't sure if surprise was a thing here in ship combat, but it is. Oh, wonderful. And you get bonuses for fire on ships that are surprised. Wunderbar. And it has been so long, I forget the specific rules. I'm just going down the checklist, as per usual. And Schwarzwalds are just going balls out in the direction of the enemy. What's their speed? It's good. Faster than you. 7. Okay, move, turn, and they are firing. I'm remembering that, right? Move and then turn if you're not making a special roll. That is correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Oof. Okay, that is a god-awful roll, and so is that one. Okay, the Schwarzwalds ran right in there, just blasting their engines and laser blasts going every which way, and they hit ass all. Although, what was it, within 5 units to do a hit and run?
Pretty sure it's in 5. I'll look it up real quick. Yep, 5.
Oldor want to leave hit and run. Oldor want to go on ship and punch. Hello?
Yep, heard. But that's the Schwarzwalds doing theirs as opposed to you doing yours.
Oh, okay.
Oof, okay. So, Edward's mercenaries go over on all manner of shuttles. They don't have the benefit of a teleportarium like you do. And oh yes, they blast the absolute crap out of that thing.
Oh, I hope they're aiming to cripple it rather than eradicate.
Well, as I think we've been over before, trying to eradicate a ship is very difficult in the first place.
Let me rephrase that. I hope they are aiming in such a way as to destroy controls rather than our goals.
Well, they would have to straight up destroy the Geller field or the warp drive for that to be the case. They did deal a decent amount of hull damage, though. They were basically just ripping shit up in there. Okay, and one of their weapons is depressurized. And they've taken damage, so that's good too. Your guys' turn. What are you doing?
Oldor wish to lead. Hit and run.
Well, then we'll need to advance enough to make that possible.
Well, it's a pretty easy advancement. We just need to go forward. We don't even need to make a turn. We'll be fine.
Do we happen to know what the speed of the yacht is?
You do not. It just emerged from warp. Well, just, within the last half hour.
I wasn't sure if we had leading information on it.
Can can we assume that the fighters were prepared before they came out of the warp?
Given that you knew you were going to be heading into combat, we can assume that, yes.
Alright, cool. Means I don't have to prepare them for a turn. Okay.
So, advance, teleportarium hit and run on the bridge?
And I'm pretty sure we can send out fighters and bombers.
Well,
Unless you want to not.
So my fellowship's bad, but I get some bonuses probably, and I get a bonus for mutants as well, because I'm going to be leading mutants.
Okay, yeah. If you're leading mutants, then you're just getting the bonus for the teleportarium and the fact you're leading mutants.
The murder servers let you choose components that you want to hit, though. And because we don't know the engines, it's not a bad idea to hit the engines.
Yeah,
That's all we needed the engine.
Well, no, the warp drive and the engines are different, right?
Yeah, they are.
So we need to kill like its void engines, because then if we don't know how fast it is and we don't want to have it outrun us, because we're kind of a slow ship, go and cripple the engines.
Yeah, but then I kind of need my. I guess it's just a +10. I would keep burn a fate point and lead murder servitors instead.
The murder servitors all give you a what is it, 25 bonus?
Oh wow. Okay. So what if I led half murder servitors, half mutants?
With the scale, and basically this thing is so scaled up that it's pretty much just a one or the other choice.
Okay.
I mean,
All
you could say that maybe you have some mutants in there, but functionally, rule-wise, it's murder servitors or mutants.
Okay. So what would I be rolling at? Let's see.
Command test.
Command test at plus what?
Let's see. What are the bonuses that the Zennith gives you? Since you are doing the teleportarium, that gives you +20, and the murder servers give you also +20, so +40 total.
And the check is ordinary, so it's a +10 command test.
Okay.
So +50 total.
So it's going to be
at half your.
Yeah. So 16 plus 50.
Versus 66 then?
No.
Almost.
What did I roll?
You rolled a 51, you got it.
Okay, cool. So
degrees of success matter, but yeah.
Yeah, so that would be 66. That'd be 1 degree of success. I'm going to spend a fate point to add a degree of success.
It will just increase his whole damage by 1. The important part is you get to do a critical hit on the chart.
Oh, if what?
If you succeed at the check at all.
Oh, okay, never mind then. I don't care about the whole damage then. Just, I want to do the, Oldor
yeah, our goal
wishes
here
to
is
cripple
part
engines.
crippling.
I'm going to punch the engine. Holdor is going to punch engines.
Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, so the raid leader can choose a critical hit from 1 to 6 instead of rolling.
6 is engines crippled.
Hey, day Hildor can punch ship is good day. Ha 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 ha.
I can roll, so it's a 1d6?
So it's a 1d10.
Okay.
So if you can choose either 1 to 6, or you can roll 1 die 10 to see what you get. 6 is cripple the engines. Roll 1d10 on a 1 to 7. Their drives are halved. On 1 to 8. On 8 to 10, their speed is 1.
Well, looks like you got a 6. So what are we getting on a 6 for engines crippled?
Half speed.
Oh, half speed.
Okay, half speed, and it's not that fast of a ship to begin with. Okay, half speed. And let's see. You guys do have guns.
We have guns and we have fighters.
Yeah, you do have both of those, and you've got officers who tend to use both of those.
Although, that said, the fighters might just vent the ship, and I'm not sure if the captain cares about leaving people inside alive, but that's her call.
From what I know about the people on board, I mean, they might be worth slightly more as bargaining chips if they're alive, but I'm not going to cry about it.
Cool.
And from what I understand, Schwarzwald does not give a fuck.
No.
So I lead Slurver into Heart of Engine. I managed to punch one engine. The others.
I don't give a fuck is Schwarzwald's new catchphrase. Or possibly his original catchphrase.
Yeah, Yeah, Schwarzwald's first response to the fact that you guys were going to be having a meeting was him saying that he was going to bring the cocaine and the hookers. And true to his word, he brought him. But so let's see. There is Romeo able to lead the fighters, and I believe Thaddeus able to lead the gunners.
Is this so wrong?
As I come back, as we go out all together, because we're all doing this at once, I assume. I say, "Good luck, comrades. See you on the other side."
But yes, there is a role for the weapons. Let's see. I think that's just
Whatever it is, it's high.
what?
So whatever it is, being whatever gun I shoot, it's going to be a high roll.
Okay, looks like you guys, unless you did a turn when you came in, you never actually specified besides that you were moving forward 4.
We didn't need to do a turn in order to get near the ship, so we didn't.
Okay. So you just, I believe that's just the Sunseers that you have on range.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so the question is there enough stuff that could give a high enough bonus to make a 90th successfully hit that for Thaddeus?
If I get 30, then yeah.
Well, they are surprised. They might have a big ship, and the captain can still give plus 10, right?
Right, they are surprised. That's an automatic plus 30 to hit.
Yeah, I think surprise is automatic 30 at least.
It is. It is.
You did it.
Yeah, surprised is an automatic plus 30.
Hello?
Hello.
Then that was the damage.
Okay, so you managed to get 1 hit on it at least, I think. That's no degrees of success, right? Success but no degrees?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. If the captain added a thing, that'd only be 1 degree still.
Well, 1 degree is better than no degrees.
Was that like more damage if more degrees?
Potentially, yes. More hits, because technically these attacks are you unleashing massive volleys of fire.
Yeah.
But okay, 1d10 plus 14.
Yeah. Does this also include my bonus, or is that just for me?
That's just for you.
That's cool.
Your skill with assassination does not extend to starship.
I assassinate other spaceships.
Well, I mean, we did have surprise. Going off mic for a minute.
Okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure with just the one hit, though, I think it takes their shields down, which would be what allowed the hit and run attack in the first place. Should have remembered to check for that. You can't teleport over without the shields down. But yeah, so Thaddeus successfully fires a volley from the Sunseer laser as you're coming in, blasts down the Righteous Bounty's shields, whereupon Hodor teleports over and starts wrecking shit with Murder Servers and Giant Power Fist. Though the fire onto the ship did not actually damage it. Romeo.
Yes. So, pilot check, right?
Yes.
All right.
I can't remember where I wrote down exactly the steps for that. I know I wrote them down somewhere.
I don't know how you deal out the damage on a bombing run, but I know that the first thing you do is a pilot check, and that is a success. That's 2 degrees.
Wonderful.
I think it's like it follows the normal steps of a hit and run. Like you do a pilot, then a command, but then I don't know how the hits are dealt out because you don't do critical damage. You just do a lot of damage to the hull.
Yeah, I had this all written down somewhere. I'm trying to see. Oh wait, I think this is where I have it. No, that's how torpedoes work. Damn it, now I wrote this down.
Alright, well, if I just roll my command and then go walk my dog, will you be able to figure out the hits?
Yeah.
Cool. That's a pretty good one. Fellowship is 44 plus 10 because I have the pistol.
Right.
So that's 4 degrees of success.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna go walk my dog. I'll be back.
Okay. I need to find the stupid thing where I wrote stuff down. I have far too many notepads now. I've easily have 20 of them after all the shit we've done. Since I've got a different note thing for every major combat encounter you guys did. Which worked out to a very large number of them.
We do tend to get into fights.
Yeah. I really have to find where I wrote this down later. I mean, I'm looking it up now, though, just to make sure move things along. Okay, yeah. So that is just straight up a command test to cause damage. That is nice stuff. And seeing if any of Romeo's fancy pants fighters get shot down. Just cause. Yes, okay. So Romeo's fighters dive in. escorting his bomber squadron, and unfortunately, a pretty large spray of fire from the Righteous Bounty arcs across space, blasting down a number of your fighter escort craft, though Romeo is able to get through and cause a number of hits to the craft.
I'm back. Sorry.
From
Well, now that their ship runs like a... I don't even know. Like a brick. Maybe we should hit their our guns next.
And of course, you are always able to radio the enemy ship. Anybody can do that as a free action on their turn.
Oh, I'm gonna radio the enemy ship. I'd be like, "Oh, Hodor got your engine this time. Next time, I'm going for your captain head." Can I do an intimidate check?
That's what that action is for.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, I'll have to be back in a bit. I have to drive Evan home.
Oh, okay.
All right. Do I get a bonus or no?
No.
Doesn't matter.
No, it does not matter, apparently. Can't remember. Did Romeo get 4 degrees or 3 degrees of success?
Not sure.
That is a pretty major dividing line when you're doing a bombing run.
But his fighters died.
The fighters were escorting the bombers. That's the fighter's job.
To die?
To get shot down instead of the bombers. They're not necessarily dead, but they're out of combat.
Oh, okay.
They might be dead. That's a roll we do later, after combat's over.
Oh, yes. And I can do my press gang thing.
What? No, that's unrelated to this.
No, after ship combat, when we suffer population casualties.
Oh, yeah, but that's if you suffer casualties. That has nothing to do with whether or not you lose fighter craft.
Okay.
So, yes, Romeo's bombing run was fairly successful, given I rolled the damage for it there, assuming he got at least 3 successes, or degrees of success, for a grand total of 29. And since word on exactly Romeo's successes is kind of important for going forward, I'm going to go grab a plate of food from the other room anyways. I'll be right back.
What does my intimidate check do? Does it do anything?
Yes, I will determine that here in a second, though.
It makes their captain go and hide in his safe room.
Okay, back.
Oh, good. How many degrees of success did you get?
On the command roll?
Mhm.
4.
Okay, because that was something Eric needed because we weren't sure.
Oh, sorry. I should have written it in chat. I did say it right before I left, but I guess nobody caught it.
Sorry.
Oh no, it's my fault.
Alex, you want to come over Friday?
Maybe.
I know you said you were free Friday to hang out.
I mean, I'm free like every day. The problem is that work and stuff happens.
Yeah,
And waking
no.
up in the morning and
No, you explained that to me, but you said you were free to hang out on Friday. That's why you weren't going to hang out like tomorrow night or something.
well, yeah, I work tomorrow.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey,
Welcome
welcome back.
Okay, how many degrees of success with that on Romeo?
4.
Okay, because that is the dividing line. That means you do deal a crit.
Yo. So roll 1d10.
Only 1d5 for your crits.
Got it.
You can't get the upper levels of the chart from just the bombing run.
That's a 3.
That is a 3. Okay, you have blinded them. Their Auspex is knocked out.
That's pretty good.
You also lost some fighters.
Yes, they
Oh.
they successfully their turrets. They successfully made that test. The bombers made it through, as is the fighter's job.
Okay. If burning a fate point would save some fighters, I would burn a fate point to add a degree of success. But it might be a bit past that. Or sorry, not burning, using a fate point. If using a fate point would save some fighters to give myself an extra degree of success, I would, but it might be too late to make that call.
I'm pretty sure the turrets just roll against their own ballistics. I don't think they have to roll against anything on their part.
Okay. Then, if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that was why you wanted fighters in the first place, because it was a case of, like, no matter how good you rolled, they'd have a chance to just straight shoot you down.
Got it.
There's a chance they're not dead, or at least not all dead. That's after combat determined thing. But at the very least, they've had to break off due to heavy enemy fire.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. All right, cool.
That's a benefit of you using your Imperial fighters.
Oh, yeah, Imperial fighters are, like, tough as hell. Tough as nails.
Yeah, they have a chance that even if you would normally lose them, you might not, just because of how tough and well-built they are. But yeah, so Hodor's broadcast over to the enemy ship after you have bombarded them with Sunseer lasers, boarded their vessel and punched their engines to death, and committed a bombing run that's almost ruptured their entire hull.
Can we get them to surrender?
Potentially. You're basically, their captain radios back. Who are you people? What are you doing? What do you want?
You will surrender now and give us warp drive and what else do we want?
Gellerfield.
And Gellerfield. Or I will personally come and punch a hole through your chest.
Fine, take whatever you want. Just don't kill us.
Captain?
I'm hearing that we get what we want.
Sounds good to me.
Also sounds like we might get some people to sell off.
Schwarzwald gets in on the Vox chatter. Hey, so, what's this? They surrendering?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I want to make their captain eat something. I don't know what yet. I'll come up with an idea on the way.
Well, he said anything as long as you let us live, so it sounds like he's volunteered.
Okay, you guys got anything really gross to make someone eat?
We have mutant grog.
Oh, mutant grog isn't that gross. Hodor love mutant grog. He's more peace offering than, you know.
Humiliation consumption?
Yes.
So it sounds like no, nothing particularly, Captain.
Alright, I think...
Hodor have idea.
Oh, yeah.
We take biggest, smelliest mutant, not Hodor. There are bigger, smellier mutants than Hodor on ship. And, we have said mutant fart inside other captain's mouth.
Wait, didn't we just fight off kind of a semi-Nurgle infection? Can we make him eat one of those? Like a Nurgle grub, or...
You specifically set your entire shield array on fire to make sure there are none of those left.
Okay. Sadness.
Well, we don't really want to start a plague out here anyway. We have objectives to see to, and we should probably see to them.
So, sending over boarding groups?
Yes. Field, drive, and someone to break all of the communication systems.
Well, we gotta round up the astropaths, and we probably want to break the engines while we're out here.
Well, since we're going over anyway, sure.
Okay. And you guys have plenty of people to do the rounding up and all, as you have, in addition to your own usual forces, you have the assistance of the big-ass mercenary company of Edwards.
Which also provides us an opportunity to observe them in an actual situation.
Well, for the most part, you're just watching them do roundup, and maybe peacekeeping isn't the right word, but basically just rounding people up here. Although Hodor did actually watch them in combat, because you were both invading the ship at the same time. And they are certainly very well equipped and very well trained. So well trained that you'd swear they must have some kind of military background. A collective one, too.
Interesting.
Not just each of them individually came from someplace in the military. They worked far too well together and far too similarly.
So presumably they were, trained as an Imperial unit?
You would hope they were trained as an Imperial unit, probably. If they were not trained as an Imperial unit, the possibilities who did train them get pretty dark pretty fast.
Don't suppose there's any particular tells towards dark things.
Well, they're not drinking blood or shooting fire out of living guns.
Always a good start. Are they more efficient or more brutal?
You'd say efficient. They definitely, even in the tight corridors, are favoring long-range weaponry.
I don't have any military knowledge. If not, I would ask.
Anyone who thinks they'd have the slightest chance of knowing anything about these guys can toss out whatever knowledge is you feel like.
Oh, Tactical Imperialis, perfect.
Yeah, that's...
Has Holdor recognized such efficient movement before? We shall see. Do I get a bonus?
No, this is just the basic kind of situation you would use Tactica Imperialis for.
So I have military for some reason, and I have Tactical Imperialis. I don't know what I put military in there for.
Knowledge military might be just a thing that you have. Knowledge military basically be like, knowledge of specific commanders, military structure, etc. Tactica Imperialis is for tactical analysis, for the most part. And yeah, Tactica Imperialis there. You got no degrees of success, but you did succeed.
Does Holdor recognize these soldiers?
You don't necessarily recognize their technique, but you're definitely able to analyze it.
What does Holdor know?
Well, they're moving in pretty well-organized fire teams, sort of leapfrogging. One team expends their ammunition in a large hail of fire. As they're reloading, the second one forms up ahead of them, leapfrogging that way down a corridor. At no point, or at least very rarely, did you see them going hand-to-hand.
Holdor think he could take them. Get Holdor close. These people, no big deal.
Although from what you say, getting close might not be that easy.
Holdor has force field.
Is knowledge war relevant here?
Any knowledge could potentially be relevant.
Alright, I'm going to roll a knowledge war then. Yo. That is 3 degrees of success because I actually get a plus 10 to knowledge war.
Okay. What does give you a plus 10 to knowledge war? Curiosity.
Oh, it's because of the backgrounds I took. I get plus 10 to 1 intelligence, or to 1. I think it was to 1 skill or something like that. But it was because of backgrounds.
Right. I was just curious the cause of it for flavor reasons.
Yeah, if it could have been command, I would have made it be command, but I couldn't make it be command. I think it specifically had to be like a certain set of knowledges.
Right. Okay, and that was knowledge war?
Yep.
Okay. What did the captain roll? Oh, Common Law Imperial?
That's the best I've got for this.
Okay.
And I rolled awfully.
You're pretty sure they're humans.
You can never be too sure out here.
Okay, but yeah, so definitely something familiar about the way these guys operate. They're very efficient. They definitely seem to be favoring advanced weaponry, though. They're not using your basic las guns. They seem to be exclusively leaning towards bolt guns and plasma weapons. Which simultaneously means they're pretty well funded, and also pretty skilled.
Got it. So if they do have a military background, they were high ranking because basic grunts just get las guns.
Was war a scholastic lore?
I'm not entirely sure. I just have knowledge war down.
Because that was a very good roll. But I wanted to double check the purview of that particular knowledge. Ah, okay. It's a common lore. Okay, yes. With those degrees of success on common lore war, you are pretty familiar with you are actually very familiar with the strategies that they were employing or at least the strategies that Hodo reported, in which your surveillance was able to record, as they were making their way through the ship, exterminating the relatively typical Imperial trained crew. You had heard about very specific battles that had played out before. But the battles you had never heard of these strategies and techniques being used by the Imperium.
Okay.
You are familiar. The battles that you remember, that you've been told and that you learned about, you very much remember the exact same strategies being used walking down hallways, wiping out Imperial naval servicemen by the Tau.
Ooh, interesting. Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Tau really don't like melee weapons.
They got loads of melee weapon guys. They got the was it the Waning Banshees? I can't even remember what their names are.
That's the Eldar.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's the town, never mind.
Okay, so question. If they're Tau, why are they human? Do Tau use human mercs?
There are worlds that are basically sterilized by Tau, like human worlds. The humans are like, oh, okay, Tau, amazing. We're gonna be like a Tau planet.
Well, the Tau, as far as I know, unlike most other factions, would actually maybe keep a Xenos planet's population.
They do.
At the very least, you know these guys were using similar leapfrogging tactics and long fire stratagems to a Tau strike force.
Actually, kind of surprised the Imperium wouldn't use those tactics. They're effective. And thoroughly the question I just asked, how is Schwarzfeld affording that?
Are you explicitly asking him that, or just wondering?
I am just wondering.
There are, of course, a number of highly elite Imperial forces they could potentially be from as well. Though there's almost no possibility of where they could be from that would be common. Possible they could be inquisitorial stormtroopers? Maybe.
Well, it does further reinforce my desire not to get into a shooting fight with him. So, claiming our goodies.
Yes, you send your teams in to wreck the ship's shit up and steal their warp drive and their Geller field. Schwarzwald's suggestion is that he carries the Geller field whilst you carry the warp drive.
I don't suppose there's anyone here who can roll scrutiny.
I can roll scrutiny.
Would you be so kind as to roll scrutiny?
That's
Go.
3 degrees. That's 3 degrees of success.
Well, he hasn't told you why he wants that, but he seems earnest in his desire. Doesn't seem to be trying to deceive or screw you in any way.
Yet, at least. Okay. This division of goods is amicable to me.
So, you guys go about transporting all of the various pieces of ship-based warp equipment on board both of your vessels. So the question is, how are you dealing with their astropads in the long term?
That is a good question. How many astropaths are we talking about?
About as many as your ship or Schwarzwald's ship, so I don't know, what's Greek for a shitload?
Suggestions?
For efficiency, bullets.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be that efficient, we might as well evac a lot of them.
No, they'd still be able to get an transmission out when you put them in the void. Although I guess we are jamming them, so maybe never mind. I'm just talking nonsense.
But you're only able to jam them while you're here. Hence the dilemma.
And I suppose there's no reasonable way to ensure their loyalty if we try and turn them.
Well, you could try, but that is entirely up to human nature and everything.
Why is it that I feel like I'm going to have a character arc similar to Handsome Jack?
Not familiar with Mr. Jack's arc, just its end. So after Tales of the Borderlands, I can take a few stabs.
Well, starts off as a reasonably decent guy.
That's sort of what I was getting from Tales from the Borderlands. He does play a
And-
fairly significant role.
Yeah, and then he gets betrayed a few times, and it kind of sends him completely around the bend. He really doesn't take disloyalty well.
Right. Well, anywho, you have a pack of astropads. I mean, less than there were when the fight started. You guys did a number on that ship. The bombing run especially reduced the ship's population a fair amount.
Whoops.
Tee-hee.
I mean, so did both of the hit-and-run attacks from the Schwarzwalds and you guys respectively. But probably the bombing run did the biggest, oh my god, what the hell just hit us, people backing that in space effect.
Wait. I had an astropath with me One of the abilities she said was available to the astropaths that do grounding with me was that they can read minds, yes?
Given extended time, yes.
So presumably we could vet any of the astropaths who've accepted the offer.
Well, that gets into the sticky area of trying to use astropath powers on astropaths.
I see.
Not to say it can't work, just kind of like trying to use powers on Zennith. The exact kind of people who are good at that are the exact kind of people who are good at resisting it. Not to say it's impossible.
Can my astropath tell the difference between a very effective resistance and them dropping their resistance entirely? I mean, can they resist like an occlumen's, I guess?
Not familiar with what that is.
An occlumen's would be a caster who is capable of hiding or disguising their mind from legilimency. They can either... The basic form of occlumency is to project yourself as a rock. So they try to read your mind and they basically get a rock. But if you're very, very good, you can move ahead of the mind reader and basically make up whatever you want them to believe you think.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that from the outside, as a mind reader, you can't tell if you're simply reading them clearly or if they are very effectively hiding from you.
Right. Well, in the rules for the power, I'm not seeing anything about that. Just either it succeeds or it fails. It doesn't know anything about knowing it's succeeding or failing. So I'm assuming that they know that they were just not able to read the person's mind.
Okay, and what about voluntarily not resisting? Is that a thing that can be done?
Yes, it is.
So, yes, let us offer them the choice of two futures, one of which is potentially longer than the other.
Well, that's
And-
basically you're making an intimidate check.
Oh god, I'm fucking awful at Intimidate. I don't suppose I can make a charm check.
No, this is pretty definitively an intimidation check with this plan.
Can I tell Hodor to intimidate them? He's so good at it.
Odor will intimidate. Don't you worry. Step back, Captain. You comply or I will punch your face. And your face will be gone. Intimidate. Intimidate.
I
Done.
don't know what they say about using the right tool for the job. The right tool for intimidating astropaths is Hodor.
Okay, yeah, well, that is successful. At the very least, they submit to the mind scanning.
It is funny because if they did not submit, they would have no mind. To scan.
Okay, so any of them that are honestly willing to come to our side and work for us and, not just be waiting for an opportunity to fuck us over, can be hired with oversight. And anyone who does not pass the checks, well, that's unfortunate.
Hodor will take care of those.
Okay. Well, you are certainly able to do that. So there are obviously a great number of them who need to be killed, either because they refuse or because they fail the check.
Hodor wants to line them up, all the ones that need to be killed, like in a straight line, and see how many he can kill with one punch.
Well, there are a lot of them.
Yeah, but he's gonna keep doing it over and over until he hits a record,
Right.
Before Hodor gets to the mass assault, I am going to say to the ones who opted simply not to take the check or turn that I respect them for standing on their principles, and unfortunately, it is going to cost them.
Basically, most of the ones who are refusing on principles are taking the view that they are working for the legitimate planetary governor and you're being the secessionist pirate person. So they're all loyalty to the Imperium in their refusal.
The fact of the matter is that the properly constituted planetary authority is on his way to turn a secessionist face himself. Otherwise, we would never have come to the system and worked our will on your ship. So, well, I appreciate...
It makes no difference to Hodor. They can live in the name of Emperor, they can die in the name of Emperor. Who cares? They are nothing.
So while I appreciate you standing by your beliefs, the fact of the matter is that the Emperor smiles on our side, not yours. Now can I make a charm check to turn some of them?
You can try, yeah. Though even a success won't be, unless it's like an incredibly massive one, won't be too large scale.
The Melodium gives +10 to charm on the ship?
Yes, though it's assumed that a decent amount of this is taking place on their ship. Just given the vast number of people we're dealing with here.
Okay, then I shall remove that modifier.
That is pretty damn good. So yeah, you are able to convince a fair number of the astropads to swap over. At least the ones who had, refused.
Excellent. Same vetting process on them, of course.
Of course. Yeah, so end result is you appear to have effectively locked out the astropath situation. And
without wantonly murdering loyal imperialists.
Well, there were quite a few people who were murdered on board that ship. You don't know how many of them were or weren't loyal Imperial people.
Well, no, but it wasn't wanton. It was in service to a goal.
Yes.
I mean, clearly, murder per se is kind of a fuzzy legal area in the Imperium. I just, I feel like if you're simply grossly negligent with it, that you're more likely to be a target.
That is definitely the case. I feel as if it's similar to... It's more of a wasting resources thing when you're dealing with it on a large scale.
Yeah, I just you told me why they were resisting, and I had the mental image of the Inquisitor saying, and then you proceeded to kill a number of loyal Imperial citizens. Why?
That's hilarious. You think an Inquisitor can't always find something to be pissed off about.
That doesn't mean I need to give the man ammunition.
But yeah, so you are good there, and you guys have the shit. The shit is on your ships, along with some new astropaths, and these guys who are basically drifting. With a decent portion of their crew population gone. Speaking of which, people who have crew population and morale issues, this is the first time you guys have actually lost anything major in the ways of population and morale.
Order will roll Intimidate to... do I even need to roll the first game?
Don't press game them.
I can just fill our population up. Just lose a bit of morale.
Well,
everybody has to just work with mutants. It's not that I'm press ganging them, it's that everybody feels shitty that they have to work with mutants now.
Technically, you can't fill up the whole population. You can, I think it's 1d5 you can heal effectively. Okay, yeah. You can bring up mutants from the underdecks to take the place of fallen crew. You can heal the crew losses by 1d5, but the crew loses 1 morale as a result.
Should I do that? How many losses have we suffered?
Let me look at what your current listings are. You currently have 95 out of 100 crew, and 87 out of 102 morale.
Alright, it makes no sense to try to fill up the crew. Our morale's already low. Well, you know, the trade-off is actually, we only lose 1 point in morale, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You gain anywhere from 1 to 5 population.
Okay. 2.
Okay. So you lose 1 morale and gain 2 crew. These are, of course, abstract percentages, representing bajillions of people. So you're not yet into the range where you're suffering penalties for morale, I don't think. Not that you would with Romeo on board anyways. Until Romeo left. Or it got to the point of a mutiny. But luckily you're nowhere near the point of a mutiny, I don't think. Unfortunately, you guys don't have a medical-based character. Or anyone with Medicaid.
Why is everybody quiet? What's going on? What are we calculating?
So I'm double-checking morale and crew population-based rules myself.
While you're in there, can you find out how we heal morale?
Oh, true. Good idea.
Let's see. You can always restore morale by basically docking at a perfectly habitable civilized planet and spending at least 3 weeks there. so all the men go on leave.
Helpful to know, but not strictly useful at the moment.
Let's see. Okay, so just listing out the possible things you can do to mitigate morale loss or regain morale, etc. Let's see. If you are currently in pursuit of some kind of financial-based goal, as you are, you can do a plus 20 charm check, promising the crew an extra cut, although that does reduce your achievement points for actually completing the objective and or getting additional profit factor. But it is the easiest way. Let's see. Anybody on board can do either a charm or intimidate test, either way, minus 10, with 2 morale regained for every degree of success, but that can only be done once per game session.
Would the minus 10 be cancelled by the Millennium?
In theory, yes. And last but not least, if you were going to pull into port and needed to restore your morale in 1 week instead of 3, you could make a plus 20 acquisition test to basically let your men run completely fucking rampant over the port, and you're paying off all the damages to brothels and bars while they go completely apeshit.
That didn't work. Is there a downside to failing that check?
It doesn't list anything. I mean, I could be a dick, but I'm not going to be a dick in this case. Generally, I'm not going to be a dick the first time a rule comes up. Crew population is a little harder to heal.
Crew population just healed by making the mutants.
Well, slightly healed by it. You only healed by 2. You are still a little under your maximum.
Important question about the plan.
Mm-hmm.
The public-facing team, are we intending to go in as ourselves, or do we have a cover?
Well, certainly, Schwarzwald was intending to go into Schwarzwald. Whether you guys were intending to go in secretly or not is up to you.
Somehow I'm not surprised that he was just going to go in as himself. I don't think it's likely to be any more trouble than we're already going to get in. Speaking of trouble, I wonder whatever happened to those orcs.
Well, as Zennith fucked with their navigational information, assuming they ever found and understood the navigational information in the first place, they could be anywhere. Literally, anywhere. In creation. Anywhere in time and space. if you sent them on a bad enough warp route by accident.
Fantastic. We started Doctor Who.
Every adventure pretty much ends the same way. They get a bunch of the boys together and beat something to death.
It's a fantastic mirror for this universe.
Hand him back.
Welcome back.
We were just discussing how you originated Doctor Who.
What?
Well, since you messed with their navigational information, they could be anywhere in time and space.
Those orcs
that's true.
Yeah, those orcs from the very beginning of the game. And the somewhat vague relationship the warp has with when you actually emerge.
And then I noted how they were basically the perfect mirror for this universe because instead of intelligence and love, they solved every problem with more DACA.
Hate and violence.
Not too much hate, but they make up for the lack of hate with extra violence.
Okay, so it's almost to Daleks, but not quite. Still my
Unlike
favorite prank
Daleks,
ever.
orcs.
I was saying still my favorite prank ever.
I was going to say, unlike Daleks, orcs seem to be happy in and of themselves.
Well, can't have a blatant ripoff.
Oh, also we acquired a bunch of astropaths.
In
Oh,
theory.
cool.
I mean, you did acquire a bunch of them, though, to no significant end. Besides not having to kill them. Yeah, so now you guys have the various bits of warp tech that you needed to theoretically make off with that palace when comes the time. Which means smash cut the people entering the front door.
That's me, I'll go, ta-da!
And from this point forward, fate points to flashback to before you guys even flew the ships here. Unless in the coming sessions we encounter a situation where you couldn't possibly have known about it beforehand.
No, we didn't do all the research we could on our end.
Yes.
No, we didn't do all the research we could. We did all the research we could do reasonably quietly.
Yeah, basically, as far as you guys going in there, you're assumed to have all the information you could possibly have for the layout of the facility, the guards, defenses, etc. The only things you don't know are, like, vagaries of the warp and the exact contents of the governor's vault.
Well, hopefully no more squirrels.
Well, you're not warp traveling at the moment. You're coming in on sublight.
Yeah, but you did mention vagaries of warp, and we'll be going back out through it, so.
Yeah, you will. But yeah, so like for instance, at no point could you guys have gone back to the drawing board, retcon wise, to not or to somehow prepare for a Nurgle plague, so you didn't have to torch your shield array. Because you couldn't have predicted that one.
Nobody can ever predict squirrels betraying you.
Yeah, so then it is a basic matter of who thinks they can go through the front door and operate reasonably well in the fancy pants diplomatic setting.
Hodor can't do this.
I have too many penalties.
Although Zennith is able to walk through the front door in theory. But
Able to, but not do much else besides walk to the front door and then stay out of conversation.
This is true. Among other things that, in theory, need to be done, finding and accessing the vault, leading teams to cut all of the support structures for the palace, and the people who are sneaking in to lead construction crews to install the warp drive and the Geller field. Certainly the people who are immediately able to walk in the front door just as a matter of course are both the rogue traders, Zennith and Gaius.
If I had 150 more EXP, Romeo could do a reasonable job because I could take Unremarkable. In which case he could just lie and say that he's a rogue trader himself or something like that. And he'll be like, oh yeah, I like vaguely remember you.
Wouldn't Unremarkable, what exactly is the statistical effect of Unremarkable? That seems more like just passing for an average Joe rather than making it more convincing that you're just a rogue trader no one remembers. Like, oh, don't look at me. I'm not a space hero, vat-grown Han Solo. I'm just a farmer.
Unremarkable attempts to notice the character when amongst other people or attempts to describe him or recall details incur -20 penalty. So you're probably right, that wouldn't give that much of help in that. Only in that, know who Romeo was originally, but I don't think anyone here knows who Romeo was originally anyway. But I do have Deceive.
Well, yeah, I mean, anybody who thinks that they could operate in that environment and have the skills to potentially get through the front door are more than able to try to get through the front door.
Can we have people drop in the back? Like going through the back door. Hodor loves the back door.
No, I'm just picturing Hodor trying to be like a waiter in this tuxedo.
This is totally the kind of douche who I imagine might have Ogryn in tuxedos as waiters.
Sounds awesome. I fucking would.
I know he's not here, but I volunteered Gaius. I think Gaius is he is
Oh,
so...
where'd he go? Where's Josh? Oh, that's not Josh isn't Gaius. Josh is Thaddeus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gaius just has, like, he's not that good in tech use, but he's got so much of all the other stuff covered. Romeo's got bits and pieces, but not enough, and not enough to then, like, he's still no help with trying to break into the vault. That's pretty much all the captain. But Gaius has so much of the other social stuff covered, as far as I know. Like, he's got, like, Deceive and Charm, and... yeah.
Wait,
right,
probably,
so once shit starts
bladder.
going down, I'm gonna have to move from the ballroom to the vault.
Wait, is Gaius here? I see he's on the thing.
Yeah, sorry. My mic wasn't working.
Okay.
But, yeah, I'm ready for this.
Yeah, you have like most of the fellowship skills, right? I think you have. I think the important ones here are deceive, charm, blather.
Yeah, I'm good on fellowship.
Oh, blather.
Blather is super useful right now.
I can't remember the specifics of it, but you can sort of guess by its name.
Yeah. Yeah, I can be charming, but I'm not a liar or a blatherer.
We think so. It would work better if it was actually lather and you just scrub their backs.
Well, you know how the saying goes, you wash my back, I'll wash yours.
All the fan fiction.
Okay, and as the group who's going through the front door are heading up, Schwartzwald does lean over to the rest of you and note, hey, if anything goes wrong up here, there might be a thing that I need to do to get us through the front door.
A thing?
What kind of thing?
Have you ever seen a chicken extrapolated in reverse? That is as much gibberish to your characters as it is in reality.
I can't say that I have, Captain.
He's gone full Busey.
Well, you don't want to. I've never done it myself, but Primus, we could get Primus down here to just start extrapolating chickens out the ass. You do not want to look at it. No, look at me. Look at me. Do not watch the chickens being extrapolated. There are some things the human mind was not made for.
Good to know.
But it'll get us to the front door, better believe me. That is a last resort.
Okay, here is a question. Do I need to spend a fate point at this time to say that I had my tailor working on something through the void trip and that?
I'm running the assumption you guys at least had your fanciest clothes. If there was something specific like some specific trick or something other than just having fancy clothes.
Sorry, my headset cut out, but what I specifically want is an excessively long cloak.
To any particular end or just fanciness?
You have that fancy cloak with all the blades hidden under it.
Yes, but in this case, I want a fancy cloak that lets me justify having 3 servo skulls trailing behind me holding it up off the floor.
Right. Yes, that's a fate point flashback. We're 20 minutes out from the end anyway, so you're probably good with you guys are probably good throwing out fate points for whatever the fuck comes to mind.
Then yes, I will certainly spend a fate point for that because it's cool and it works in plan elements that I have been thinking of.
Okay. All right. So how are we
No
going?
fate points to program my servo skulls, right?
In theory, that would be included with the flashback of the of bringing the servo skulls in the first place. I don't know what programming you were specifically intending to give them.
I just want to give them a command word to trigger the grenades.
Okay, so they do it the kind of...
Well, when I say trigger the grenades, I want them to move out from me so that obviously I'm not in the middle of the blast zone and then trigger, but yeah.
Right, okay. But they're the hallucinogen grenade kinds.
Yeah, I feel like if we need it, that'll be a fantastic distraction in the ballroom.
Okay.
So did we have a team that was specifically looking for the vaults? Because, I mean, if I go in through the front door, I can at least kind of possibly sneak off.
Basically, you did have people who were going for the vault. Where you all enter doesn't necessarily have to correspond to what team you're what your ultimate goal is. But you do have the people who are going to more or less be outside and in the undercity areas, severing all the connectors, which is the most likely to have balls out regular fighting. People who are sneaking inside, which is sneaking inside to install the ship components, which is the most likely to have sneakier fighting. And the people in the ballroom. Well, the various fancy pants areas. For more social stuff. I don't know what I'm looking at, but it's happening.
Chicken extrapolation.
This is being done to my eyes.
So much Busey, so much Busey. Have you ever walked backwards naked through a cornfield at midnight?
I'll bear back real quick. You guys can think on where you might want to go by the generalities of them.
Because, yeah, I'm thinking I can go in through the front, but my best bet is sort of like to meld into random hallways and meet up with the other people. Because if anyone at least, like, shows up unexpectedly, I might be able to freeze them. And then someone else can knock them out.
That would definitely be a handy thing.
Because you really don't want me talking to anybody. Especially since it would mostly be about those pesky warp squirrels.
Yes, you should probably not tell
Does
any of the
Captain want
assorted
Hodor in
dignitaries.
tux or no? Hodor will put on suit. Hodor doesn't mind getting nice and dressed up.
And how difficult the queen is when you have to fight her on a chessboard.
All right. I think you should either have Thaddeus and Romeo severing the connections, or have Romeo and Hodor severing the connections. Mostly because we're outside the city, so we can use the Rhino. What Romeo's thinking is that we have him show up in a guard's uniform along with some armsmen, and say that we picked up this dude and his contraband, which is the APC we have, and we're going to use it and him and bring him into whatever dungeon we need to bring him in, but then just use it to roll around and blow shit up.
Cool.
Not exactly subtle.
I want to go in the dungeon.
It's not subtle when you're blowing things up, but it's plenty subtle when you're pretending to be a guardsman. And then also, if we need to cause a lockdown, we just need to let someone go and say we lost the prisoner.
Can we get you onto the Guards Vox network?
Hopefully. I mean, we know the layout, so I'm assuming I know, like, more or less where the prison is.
It seems like a not unreasonable plan. Just
At
it
which
does
case-
put you in a direct interaction with the guards.
Steve.
Okay, I'm back.
We're thinking about going with a faking to be a member of the guard plan for decoupling a bunch of the building itself.
Right. Oh, right. One acquisition test when you guys get to the planet. Since you guys were planning to acquire a decent number of guard uniforms for the palace.
Also, I'm assuming they have rhinos, right?
They have pretty much anything you'd expect from an Imperial Guard regiment.
Cool. Is there any way that we could paint up ours to look like one of theirs?
Yes, that's absolutely a thing you can do, though, I'll allow it without a fate point in this case, largely because it's near the end of the session and it wouldn't matter with your fucking fate points, but,
Yeah, I've got 4 left.
you could just consistently do, oh yeah, and one more thing, and just spend fate points every time and be fine right now. But also because you guys had already discussed the, uniforms in this case.
Yeah, I'm thinking what it should either be Hodor and Romeo or Romeo and Thaddeus rolling around in the Rhino, decoupling everything, because if we need firepower, we have it, but also Romeo can just lie and say he's a guard and he's transporting prisoners.
Right. Thaddeus also, of course, has the benefit of being able to... he's the one person who can bring to bear super heavy firepower without anyone noticing.
Yeah. But I also...
Not being noticed is what we're all about here.
Well, Romeo is more of a hide in plain sight kind of thing, but I'm not sure what our 3 teams need to be off the top of my head. We have one to decouple, one to and one to install things.
I was going to ask about the installation team, how much weight they needed to move.
Absolutely shitloads. There's going to be a number of NPCs involved.
Then...
I mean, decoupling is going to involve a lot of work crews as well. There's going to be NPCs involved in anything but the ballroom.
Yeah, what's his name? Schwarzwald's tech priest. Starts with a P?
Primus.
Right, is he going to be on the installation team?
He certainly can be.
I mean, was he expected to be somewhere else?
Well, team assignments hadn't been decided on completely, so that's certainly one of the places he can go.
Next question. How much of the stuff we're installing at our people can we teleportarium down?
People, some. The stuff you're installing, that would be a bit more difficult, since it is extremely large ship components. I mean, yes, they can be dismounted into parts, which is how you got them onto your ship.
Well, alright, maybe we gotta rethink this plan then, because maybe Romeo's better off helping with the ship components, because he can fly and drive things around. It might be that we'd be better off having the installed ship components go with the plan of pretending to be guardsmen.
Depending on what quantity you went with your acquisition, that would depend on that would determine how many uniforms you could actually acquire. Or whether or not just everybody had Fate Guard uniforms or what.
Well, I mean, we would have to have guards, but then if we wanted to go for installation stuff, we could have, like, maintenance people uniforms. Assuming they have those for maintenance people.
I mean, presumably they at least have coveralls and toolkits.
Well, I'm assuming they look like, members of the Mechanicus. He's an Imperial, right? There's no reason why he wouldn't have the Mechanicus going around doing stuff.
You would hope.
Yeah, so I mean, like, we might not even need it. Like, our dudes look like the Mechanicus, right? Our Mechanicus dudes look like the Mechanicus.
Yeah, your tech priests look like tech priests.
Yeah, so...
the snozzberries taste like snozzberries.
That is the exact thing I was thinking when I said that.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it out of my head. I was waiting for someone else to say it.
You're welcome.
But yeah, just considering the fact that we would have, like, the ability to drive stuff around, and the fact that we'd have to move so much stuff, we might be better off having Thaddeus and... I wrote his name down. The Merc dude.
Edwards.
Oh,
Edwards.
Sorry.
Going around on the decoupling, because they seem to be like the dudes that can handle the stealth, right?
Alex.
Yeah, what's up?
Am I gonna be the guy that you arrest for contraband?
Well, we might not need to arrest for contraband. It might just be that he's just going around saying, like, yeah, we're just guarding some new tech array going up or some bullshit. I don't know.
I want to do a prison break where you, like, smuggle me in my gear, and I just punch my way to the prison, because that'd be pretty cool.
The generalities of it is that you're are like dealing with people outside of the palace, dealing with people inside of the palace, and dealing with people socially are the 3 big team differences. And also somehow moving, well, technically both the decoupling and the installation teams are moving large amounts of heavy machinery.
Hodor can carry heavy machinery, but let us be real here. Carrying heavy machinery is not what Hodor wants to do. Hodor wants to punch Governor
in face and vaporize him with Power Fist. That is Hodor's one request.
Well, I think what we got going now is we have two teams we can kind of interchange to be out the same who could do either or basically, and that's Thaddeus and Edward's going around being stealthy and doing what they need to, and then Romeo with a regiment of quote unquote guards going around doing whatever they need to. Both are stealthy in their own ways.
I think Hodor might pass better as guard.
Yeah, I think you're going to pass better as a guard too, and I think just because of the fact that Edwards and Thaddeus are probably better off they're better off in a tight corridor firefight. They might be better off going inside and doing I think inside is installation, right?
You wound me. You think Hodor is not good in a tight corridor or firefight?
I don't think you're good against 100 million people that we don't want you to find, that we don't want to find you anyway.
Good point.
Inside the mansion, if you get caught, you're more or less going to have to fight off every single guard in the mansion.
This sounds like fun time to Hodor.
Yeah, but if they get off an alarm, then they'll lock down too early and won't be able to get our Geller field and everything set up in order to launch this thing into the warp.
I've punched through walls before.
Well, tasks first, punching second is the ideal, Hodor. You will note that punch never was not included. There will be punching.
This all taking place as a flashback conversation before the ships even took off.
Of course. Yeah. I guess. So, the installation of the components would take place inside the mansion, right?
Yep, so it's not filled with demons when you jump it somewhere.
Yeah. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I feel like that's best off with Thaddeus. Just because I don't think I can drive a rhino around inside.
That's probably pretty difficult, yeah.
And also, security is probably going to be better. Like, they're going to have better background checks for security inside the mansion anyway. Or at least that's what I figure. Than outside in the city. And the guard plane might not even fly on the inside. Although, it probably wouldn't hurt if we had enough uniforms to spare.
I can't imagine that a man in the governor's situation wouldn't be paranoid.
Yeah, but him being paranoid means he beefs up security, which means he goes to some outside sources that people don't know.
The question is if he's the sort of man to want a small but trusted group or a large but questionable one.
I mean, I imagine if he wanted to beef up security and the place where he is in currently with the Empire, he doesn't have much of a choice but go for the questionable group.
Is this something we can research ahead of time with a fate point?
Yeah, I guess that's a question.
Yes. That's technically intended more to be like adapted as encountered, but yes, you can. That you have full knowledge of his defensive forces.
So I guess the question is, how many of them are recent?
He has a fair number of recent hires as far as recent passes.
Yeah, so we're fine. So the whole faking to be new guardsman plan isn't a bad one. Maybe on the I don't know how it would work on the inside. I'm assuming he's going to keep more of his loyalists inside the mansion, right?
Your intel certainly says that, although it is a very large palace, which is why stealing it is such a big deal. You're talking about something that could only effectively be stolen and towed by a couple kilometer starship.
Yeah. Well, if Josh agrees, I think Thaddeus is best inside the mansion, and Romeo and Hodor will take the outside.
So they mentioned for
For installing the tech stuff, I don't like. No one really has tech use except for Zephyr, but it's more that you can go around and clear out rooms stealthily, and not get caught inside the mansion.
sure, I can do that. I'm probably gonna need some sort of silencer or a needle gun. If not, obviously guns make noise.
Yeah, true.
Well, we do have room for an acquisition check, or... I mean, I think... is acquiring things we can do with fate points in the plan?
If it was something that you wanted to have already had previously before you got to the planet, yes.
Well, buying a needle gun on site is one of those tipping off sort of moves, so it'd be preferable if we could get it beforehand.
So I am probably going to go towards using the multiple acquisitions rule more the way it's written now that we've gotten past your first round of acquisitions, where it's specifically multiple acquisitions by an individual. So like if you have one person handling all your acquisitions because they can do it better, you get increasing penalties and risks for doing so. Which means your best thing is probably still best left in Gaius's hands. But Romeo and the captain also have a use there as well.
I can just get a silencer for it, which would be easier than getting a needle weapon. Although needle weapons are cool. But they are also, I think, rare.
What's the rarity on a silencer?
It's like plentiful or something like that.
Okay, cool.
Although the rules for it are rather vague.
Can't find a needle weapon. Oh, there it is. Very rare, in fact.
Yeah, what was it? How is it they phrased the fucking rules for the silencer?
I will read that.
I have it up here right now. It's awareness test to hear shots made with a silencer will suffer an additional -20 and can only be attempted at half the normal distance.
Right. So, that sounds good, right?
But they don't tell you what the distance is, right?
Yeah, that's because that distance doesn't exist, and never had in any edition of this game until the most recent Dark Heresy edition.
Good.
So that's half of an arbitrary distance.
I guess you're just gonna have to make up the rules for that.
Yeah. I mean, the -20 works somewhat, although the base of what you would have to roll to hear a shot to begin with is a little vague as well, but that's more within the line of stuff I should be making up. Of course, it could only be used with your long las, unless you acquired a needle weapon.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Can only
Las weapons make noise?
Yes,
Yeah,
they do.
that's what must make noise.
Was
It
it
says
you?
Oh, yeah, it does say it can be used with an auto gun.
Yeah. Auto gun is what I use.
Well, you have a long las and an auto gun.
Yeah, I have both on a pistol.
Just a matter of whether or not you wanted to rely on The one-shot, one-kill on the long las, or the full auto-fire wiping out on the autogun?
I think in like every situation, the autogun's just better. Like the long las, like the range, autoguns, I think is actually a better range, and the long las armor pen is terrible.
The long las's main thing is that it can do the action.
Of one. Yeah, but I can fire 5 shots.
Well, but each individual shot has armor reduced against them individually.
True.
But, more importantly, I'd probably say that people probably get a bonus to hear full auto fire.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean,
I would have got another sniper, but I don't know like if there aren't any other books snipers in.
I can go through and... We checked that originally, and we did find snipers in several different books, although neither of us were as clear on the rules as we are now to know definitively which one would be best. I can look through that more for you.
Cool.
But needle weapons are definitely a thing. You guys obviously have access to ample supplies of poison now.
Sure do.
Delivery methods you would need to try and acquire if you didn't already have them. But you do have poison.
I was going to say, isn't the needle gun a delivery method?
I'm not sure if that's how the needle gun works or not.
Which I think it's different for the pistol and
Oh.
the rifle. The rifle.
It sounded to me like something that fired poison slivers.
The pistol actually fires a laser beam that propels small slivers of crystalline-coated in viral toxins. So yeah, that's what the pistol does.
So they aren't poison needles, they're poison needles. Fantastic.
You can change it so that the it's basically the same as the grenades. You can change the effect of it, so you can actually have like a hallucinogen gun. You fire the hallucinogen effect into people.
I want one.
Though the needle weapons are somewhat shit on the damage front.
Yeah, it's just 1d10.
Although they can get another 1d10 from the toxic.
Well, actually, one thing is accurate and toxic.
Yeah, that does mean something.
Accurate makes it go up to 3d10, and toxic is another d10 as well.
Yeah, assuming they fail the test success.
Yeah, so potentially 4d10.
Yeah, it can deal good damage.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that if I could get a needle gun that fires hallucinogens, I don't even care about the damage as long as I can get the hallucinogen to work on them. That's basically incavitation then and there, right?
Though it's not very stealthy.
Is it not?
Not when people are running around screaming, pulling their skin out, trying to run through walls.
I just thought you meant them in general.
Oh no, I didn't mean during the I didn't necessarily mean during the heist, but just in general usage, like when we get in a fight with someone.
Yeah, it'd be good if you could do it with more than one target, but it's only a single shot.
Yeah.
No, that's what we have hallucina skulls for.
True.
Yeah, if you were just going for a needle rifle, the long las is basically already doing that with the exception of not being toxic. At the very least being an accurate long-range rifle.
Yeah.
Although the needle
What
weapon
about
still have-
Sopophorics?
Pardon?
I said, what about Sopophorics? Can I get, is it sleep needles?
I don't know if anything that gentle exists here.
How do you get a digiflamer? How the fuck do you get a flamer in digiform?
Well, the digi-weapons all only fire one shot as far as I know. But
Yeah.
probably just means it has some very advanced form of fuel packing.
I just can't understand how a flamethrower would work from a ring.
Probably some weird techno-arcane process of highly concentrated amounts of some highly flammable thing that's like stored within the band of the ring part, and then it like mixes with the air right in front of the expulsion point on the ring.
Yeah, it's not actually fuel at all. It's a catalyst that breaks down the water and air into hydrogen and oxygen so that you have a flammable material and an oxidizer.
When you're dealing with digi-weapons, because they're made by the fucking Yoikaro, the sky's the limit on how advanced the tech can be. Stupid tinker orangutans.
Yeah, that like when I saw one, I was like, is this real?
Yep, it's real.
They could make me a magic sleep gun.
They can make you anything you could imagine. They just
But isn't it like they just do it in random, don't they?
Yeah, they just don't do it on purpose. They just randomly make technology. Or improve technology. Which is why it's very difficult to keep them. Leave one alone for too long, and not only has it broken out of your prison, it has turned your prison into a spaceship and has flown away.
Unless, of course, it decided to build an escape-proof prison.
Yes, which is a thing that can happen. Sometimes they might just break out of your prison, dismantle it, improve it, and be trapped inside of it because they improved it. But obviously, yes, there are many different weapon options for Thaddeus. The quietest one you have to hand, aside from using melee weapons, is probably your long las.
Yeah.
Just because of full auto fire and the autogun being louder. Even if they both operate at the same volume level. Though if you got a silencer, that's not to say that that would be a useless thing. The autogun does have its benefits, and that half range of an arbitrary distance, but nonetheless half range, would be relevant. And there are any number of other weapons that could benefit you. Obviously, the needle weapons do have their advantages as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking of like close range quarters things.
Well, for super close quarters, you do have a spear, and I think a power sword. But that is weapon skill, not ballistic skill stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't scale off my damage stuff.
No. But, I guess we're at our usual end time here. I suppose you guys can think on stuff that you would want to get, or things that you would intend to do for this heist, ways that you were planning to pull off your part, now that you've had your little discussions.
I want my muscle implants. Can I do a requisition check on that?
You probably don't have the time required for the muscle implants.
Okay.
Even if you were able to get them, the time required for implantation, getting used to them, that's easy to do during downtime, but time is a little more of the essence with your acquisitions here.
Can we do the acquisition check for the guard uniforms before we break? Because the number we get is kind of relevant.
Yes, that is a thing you can do. That is totally a thing you can do.
How many do you think we'd need ideally? Like, is a regiment enough? Or not a regiment, sorry. A standard enough, like 50 to 100?
Like in terms of being able to get everybody you're doing into uniforms?
Yeah, more or less.
You'd probably need regiment level for getting everybody, especially if you were including decoupling and installation teams.
All right.
You
Then
probably
I.
that probably wouldn't be hitting the upper limits of regiment level, but
Yeah. Then I guess the question is, can we do a regiment without everybody just getting immediately suspicious?
well, if it's just the one check that someone doesn't fail,
All right. Gaius.
Yes, sir.
I believe we are in need of a regiment of guard uniforms. I don't know how hard these are to acquire, but I know that the captain and I can assist you. And that is the maximum. Well, assuming. I assume we can, right?
in the commerce test, I don't think you can in the acquisition test.
Okay, that's totally fine. Yeah, if you want to roll commerce for it, both the captain and I can assist you because you both have commerce. It gives you effectively 20 better to your roll. It makes the roll 20 less difficult. And if you succeed, you get 2 extra successes.
And what is commerce governed by?
Fellowship.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is basically Gaius is heading out into the suppliers of this planet owned by the guy you're about to steal the palace of, and trying to see if he can buy, maybe a few hundred to 1,000 uniforms of his personal guard.
Okay, let's give
off
this
the
a
record.
shot.
Off the record, though. Keep it off the record.
Okay, I'm gonna use a fate point on that.
Hooray!
91.
Okay. So you have 20 better fellowship if both the captain and I are aiding you, and it is a maximum of 2 characters that can aid someone, so we're at the max for that.
Okay, but yeah, so functionally you have plus 20 fellowship for that roll, so I'm assuming that's a success.
Oh yes, definitely.
How many degrees is that?
3 degrees.
3 degrees, so 5 degrees? Yes?
Yes, because the you get a bonus 2 degrees for captain and I helping you.
Okay. So yeah, that is plus 10 profit factor for that roll, for your acquisition check.
So we know we're taking a minus 10 for the amount. Well, possibly, maybe we won't. It depends on how hard it is to acquire the uniforms.
I'm probably going to say they're at scarce level.
Okay.
You are
Then,
basically dealing with the uniform of the planet's military, so it's not... Actually, probably not even that. Probably, where was it? Average, just to represent that while it's pretty common around here, it's difficult to acquire off the books.
okay.
So, functionally, you come out to just trying to get 30 or under.
Alright. I hope you have another fate point in case this acquisition goes bad.
Of course he does. You sent him out with his lucky pistol, didn't you?
Always kiss it for luck.
Alright, here we go. Ooh.
Damn it.
Well, you can fate point it to try again.
Yeah. Yeah. Saw that coming.
Romeo, you're gonna need to do some good deceive checks.
Okay. I'm ready on the deceive checks.
I know how I'd try to handle it, but that is because I frequently play lying, deceiving, manipulating bastards.
Alright. Crap. Thinking of lies.
I think you'll have plenty of time to think of lies.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, in this case, it's just you guys were not able to acquire uniforms. There maybe was some word that got out that somebody was trying to acquire them. But since you don't actually have them, it's not like that's necessarily going to draw attention to you. Not like, oh hey, there were a bunch of guys trying to get fake uniforms. Let's look for guys wearing uniforms. Hey, those guys are wearing uniforms. Maybe they're fake.
True. And not even fake. That's the thing, is they're legit uniforms, just they're not guardsmen.
Yeah, unless you steal them off people. But
Yeah, we might have to steal a few off people.
But that's probably not something you can do on a scale large enough for your entire work crew.
No, I doubt it.
But maybe like one or two of you. Kind of an issue for Hodor.
Yeah. We might be better off trying to do a second test, but that probably is risky as hell.
Yeah. Yeah. Biggest issue for Hodor is just, fitting him into a uniform.
Alright. Well, I guess I have a week to think of a lie, right?
Something you can tell them when you get inside to explain why you're fucking here. Or, if you're not going... you're driving around outside. To explain why you have work crews doing things.
Alright, well, clearly we need to get him a clipboard and some sheets of paper with writing on them. Because if you walk around looking harassed, carrying a clipboard with some papers on it, no one ever bothers you.
Also works with a folder full of papers, although that doesn't work outside of an office quite as well.
I mean, first thing we're going to have to do is just find a bunch of junk and strap it to the top of the rhino to cover up the gun.
You are more than able to have it sprayed with the colors of the planetary militia.
Nah, at this point there's not. At this point, you're probably, if we don't have a uniform, you're probably better off not doing that.
Yeah, paint it up to look like an independent repair crew.
Yeah, more or less. Hide the gun, and then hide the gun.
Well, we have to move a bunch of stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so Romeo's going to be lugging around the decoupling cruise crap.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the decoupling cruise.
I'm assuming the decoupling cruise crap involves explosives, right?
Explosives and melta cutters.
Cool. Alright. I think I got a decent lie.
Well, you have some time to polish it up.
Yeah, I mean, at least for the reason why we're using a rhino, right? It's like, hey man, if you've ever seen engineered explosives go wrong, you kind of need the armor.
And hey, maybe we can cause some problems for the guard. If they're looking for people in uniforms who aren't supposed to be there, maybe we can convince them some of their people aren't supposed to be there.
You see, this is one of those flashback things. Okay, so now that we unsuccessfully acquired the uniforms, they're going to be paranoid. As if that's what you always intended.
Yep.
That's how you use this system. When you fail a check, you flash back so that you can plan for what you were going to do the whole time because you knew you were going to fail that check.
We didn't even intend to succeed in the first place.
It was always the plan to have them chasing their own tails.
You think this is my real head? For anyone who gets that reference.
No.
It reminds me of something, but I can't remember what.
It's from Ogla.
Oh, Jesus, yes. And now we'll solve the governor's problems with the power of lying.
You think this is not
Yes.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay.
Alright.
Think of the
Yeah,
things
have a
you
good
guys.
night.
Think of the things you guys can do, but don't think too hard because you can always flash back and pretend you always intended to fail.
Yes. Just my stuff.
You can Batman this shit. Alright, see you guys next week.
Yeah.
Later.